morning, everyone. Welcome. Just to let you know that we're starting in 5 minutes, so please start to take your seats. and gentlemen, please take your seats. Welcome to the 2022 Armed Forces in the Community Conference. I'm Bryony Hamilton.
And I'm Jenna Clare. Oh, that works, good. And together we are the joint heads of the Armed Forces Covenant in the MOD. Can I say, it is such an incredible pleasure to see so many of you here today in person for the first time since 2019. I think many of us have last together in person back in Newcastle, so it's great to see so many familiar faces. And I'm also delighted to introduce to you my job share partner. There's now two of us, it's that good. So, the purpose of today is to bring together everyone who delivers the Armed Forces Covenant across the UK, and once again to express our gratitude for the hard work you do day in and day out delivering for the Armed Forces community. We're also going to focus today very much on the new Armed Forces Covenant duty, which, as you're all aware, was passed just late last year, but we'll be looking at other topics as well.
Oh, I've gone too far already.
Ah.
Trigger happy. As you'll have seen from the agenda, we've got workshops both this morning and this afternoon, and we've asked you to sign up for those in advance. If you haven't managed to do so far, on the tables at the back of the sign-up sheet, so please can you do that. If you've got any questions during the day, if you look out for the MOD team, who will have a lovely lilac badge, and we can help you. We'll also be able to direct you to the right rooms if you get lost.
Great. Refreshments, all important. I hope you've all found a tea and coffee. Food is going to be provided, I think it's going to be biscuits and tea and coffee and stuff, at the back of the auditorium during the breaks, and also in the cafeteria on the first floor. Lunch will be provided as well. We are going to feed you, don't worry. And that'll be the same places, so at the back of the auditorium, in the cafeteria downstairs, and also in the first floor hall. Those of you who have requested special diets other than vegetarian food will be available everywhere. Special diets will be available in the cafeteria, so if you have one of those, do make a beeline for that. Though also, I'd urge you, if you haven't already, to have a look at our fantastic exhibition stands and our exhibitors who are here today to tell you all about the amazing work they're doing. And I'll hand over to Bronnie.
Thank you very much. A bit more admin from me, I'm afraid. Toilets are on both the first floor and the ground floor. The best accessible loo is on the ground floor, but there is one in one of the breakout rooms on the first floor as well. Fire, we're not expecting a fire alarm today or a drill. If the alarm does go off, please can you evacuate as quickly as possible and head to the car park opposite. There is a personal evacuation chair and the staff are all trained to use that and will come up and help us if we need to go out in an emergency. And lastly from me, please turn your phones to silence if you're here in the room.
And without any more ado, it gives me great pleasure to introduce our first speaker, who's the Minister for Defence Personnel and Veterans, Leo Doherty MP.
Well, Jenica, thank you very much indeed. It's very, very good to be here in person, not online, and looking at all you magnificent people. And thank you also, Bryony, for the warm welcome. As I said, it's a real privilege, and it's particularly great to see such enthusiasm at this conference from not just from those in person, but for the great number joining online. And I think it's an important moment to reflect that it's very, as I said, it's very good to be back here in person. I mean, it was tried to be an annual event after the establishment of the Covenant in 2011, but we haven't met together like this since 2019. So since then, of course, the world has become a much more unstable and dangerous place, but our armed forces are the consistent presence throughout all of that, delivering in the most challenging set of circumstances, from rescuing people in their thousands in Kabul last year, in Opitting, which touched us all, the biggest airlift since Berlin, to other humanitarian efforts like delivering aid to Tonga in January in the wake of the tsunami, and now in the most extraordinary change in geopolitics, delivering defensive lethal aid to our brave compatriots in Ukraine. And we have been humbled by the remarkable resilience and bravery by our friends there. Now, of course, the one thing that has not changed in the last few years is the incredible support that those brave men and women get from people like you in this room and the wider armed forces community up and down the country. So I want to reiterate my heartfelt thanks to all of you in this room for being a part of that support network. And that is a whole range of different types of support. It might be world-class healthcare. It might be to do with supporting service children through their education, or just giving a bit of extra help to service families or those struggling to find a job or a home as they transition out of their service career. Because as the Minister for Defence, People and Veterans, I spend a lot of my time getting out of Westminster as much as possible and seeing, with good reason, getting out of Westminster for good reason. But I spend a lot of time seeing the amazing work you do at first hand. And of course, I see that very frequently in my own constituency of Aldershot. So, and I'm one of those government ministers who's got a very lucky overlap between their departmental responsibilities and their constituency responsibilities. And I enjoy making ministerial visits to my constituency at least once a week. So I can say to you folks in this room today very directly, I mean, you know this, but I'm saying it to you to ensure that you know it, the work that you do makes a real difference to people day in, day out, and for which we are all very grateful. But you don't just have to take my word for it, because later today I'm pleased to confirm that we're going to hear from Wing Commander Phil Holcroft. Is he in the room? Is he going to be beaming in? He'll probably be beaming in. And also Lieutenant Colonel Brian Gordon about their own journeys serving while caring for a child with leukemia and respectively a child with additional needs, and the critical support that they have received. So those are examples of the life-changing support that you afford, and for which we are very grateful. Now, of course, if we hadn't been prevented from meeting in person last year, we would have been celebrating the 10th anniversary of the Covenant. And albeit a year late, I want to reflect on just briefly, on the great progress made in the last decade. So I always say this to people when we're having discussions about the provisions for armed forces, community and veterans. You know, we have come a very, very long way. I've commissioned 20 years ago, and since then, I mean, it's like, you know, black and white in terms of the amazing institutional changes that have taken place in terms of support outside formed units for personnel. Now, of course, there's always been a very special relationship to the armed forces and the general public, and it's interesting to note and reflect upon the fact that the concept of a covenant being a sort of moral contract between the state and the service person, actually, it wasn't the idea of David Cameron or anyone else, it was the idea of our first Queen Elizabeth, who introduced a groundbreaking statute in the 16th century, which ensured, and I quote, disabled army veterans should at their return be relieved and rewarded to the end that they may reap the fruit of their good deservings, and others may be encouraged to perform the like endeavours. So more than 4 centuries on, that same sense of duty that we owe to those who lay their lives on the line for us, that is undiminished, and that's been a theme for centuries, actually. And if anything, it's grown stronger with the passing of every operational campaign from Iraq, Afghan to Libya and others. And when in 2011 the Covenant was rightly enshrined in law to formally recognise that commitment to the armed forces community, you know this, but its aim was very simple: merely to ensure that the chance of disadvantage that personnel might face as a result of their service would be diminished, and to provide a way of accessing the evident goodwill towards our people that is held in the public, to ensure that they could access that and benefit from that in a way that was even up and down the country, so that there'd be no regional disparities, so there'd be no disparity of provision or experience depending on where that service person or indeed that veteran might choose to live or be sent to serve. So 11 years on from that, we've made formidable progress towards that goal. Every local authority in Great Britain has now signed the Covenant and undertaken work to turn that moral commitment into a practical reality. More than 8,000 other organisations in the public, private and voluntary realms have also signed the Covenant, and that number continues to rise, and I meet a lot of them who are first class. I meet a lot of them as the Minister to commend their signing. And of course, it's great to see many of you connected to those organisations here today. In addition to that, the Armed Forces Covenant Fund Trust has provided millions of pounds of funding to projects that support the service community. And in fact, last year alone, the Trust awarded more than 25 million to some 700 different projects across the United Kingdom. On top of that, the Service Pupil Premium, which was also introduced in 2011, to help schools better support service pupils, is now paying out nearly £25 million every year. And I see the frontline benefit of that, particularly in my own constituency of Aldershot. More recently, we launched Op Courage in England in the NHS, which brought together existing mental health care services for veterans into one comprehensive, world-leading, I think we can call it, service. And I was with Op Courage just on Monday, in fact, in St Pancras, and a couple of weeks ago in Reading. In January, we published a new Armed Forces Family Strategy, which aims to ensure the Armed Forces community is an environment that is welcoming and attractive to families. And I always say, and I mean it, that service families are at the heart of defence, because you recruit the soldier, but you retain the family. And that family experience is, I know from personal experience, is hugely important. Furthermore, we have established the Office for Veterans Affairs, sitting at the heart of government, which is able, because it sits in the Cabinet Office, to coordinate all of those various activities right across Whitehall, but also beyond. And I know that they are. I can see some of them here today. Where are they? Yes, okay, over there. Good to see you. Whilst continually to advocate for veterans right across government. And I'm pleased that we have updated our Veterans Action Plan with a raft of commitments from other government departments. And the good thing is that actually all government departments, they want to do more on this. They want to do more. They just want to be encouraged how to do it effectively. So today is about building on the progress of the last 10 years and looking to the future. As the world becomes more dangerous, our people will find themselves persistently engaged at home and abroad to tackle the multiple threats that we continue to face. And we collectively must ensure that they receive the support that they deserve, and that support is commensurate with the risks that they are taking. Because we know that actually covenant provision heretofore has sometimes been mixed depending on where you live, and it's that regional disparity that we want to get rid of. So we want to level up the covenant, and that is why we have put the statutory duty into statute, the duty of care into statute, and I was very proud to take the Armed Forces Bill through the House of Commons. That drafting work on the statutory guidance is now underway, with done by officials in the John. Yeah, so the team in charge of that are right here, and that is the blueprint for excellence that can be used by local authorities who overwhelmingly want to get it right. That is the blueprint for excellence to how to deliver a Rolls-Royce covenant provision at the local level in terms of housing, healthcare, education. So it's a really exciting piece of legislation, and it should even out any disparity of provision. So on that, I think I just want to conclude and reiterate my thanks again. I'm particularly pleased to see that this is an opportunity for some good, frank discussion between Office for Veterans Affairs, Ministry of Defence officials, and the Covenant team, who are right here, with all of you folks who are involved in the front line trying to deliver this stuff. So we want your candid feedback. We relish feedback. We relish scrutiny, but we also relish feedback, because it's through that feedback loop that we actually can improve the policy making that will remove barriers from you folks being able to deliver positive effect to service people and veterans who need it at the local level. So I will leave it there, because I'm very happy to take some questions, but my simple message is marvellous to see you, all power to your elbow. You are the glue that holds the wider community of support together. We acknowledge that, and we are very grateful. And we couldn't deliver operational effect at the pointy end, whether it be lethal aid in Ukraine, or op pitting in Kabul, or many of the multiple peacekeeping and type operations that we have with our Rangers and others. We couldn't deliver any of that. We couldn't deliver Future Soldier, and we couldn't deliver national security without the moral component, and you folks are a critically important part of the moral component. So I thank you for everything you do. Good morning. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister, thank you very much. Any questions from the floor? And also on the live stream, you're very welcome to pose questions, which I can access from this iPad. Any questions from the floor, please?
If I don't, you can ask me anything you like. If I don't know the answer, I'm going to pass it on to the many officials who are in the room.
I'll be talking later, but I thought I'd start.
Sorry, is Mike just find you?
Oh, there we go.
Thanks, Ed.
Colonel Ed Gordon, CO 225 Medical Regiment. I'm talking later, but I thought I'd start early with a question. You talked about the new policy, the Rolls-Royce of policy, and I suspect that the room is full of people with a personal reason to be here. They're from a veterans community or something, or they're from a local authority, NHS, educational authority group. And my question is about the central government resource to enable these people to deliver the effect that you want to achieve with that policy, sir.
That's a good question. And I did refer to Rolls-Royce because what the statutory guidance is, it's like a blueprint about how to ensure that we achieve an excellent standard of provision with regard to housing, health care and education, which often isn't necessarily to do with resource. It's often to do with unintended barriers, let's put it like that. So, for example, a service leaver or a veteran, or indeed a service person, serving person, might engage with a local authority, and the local authority, for whatever reason, the person they're dealing with just isn't particularly, let's say, service person or veteran aware, and might tell a veteran, well, actually, if you're not from around here, they might not be aware of the fact that the local requirement, veterans are, for example, are exempted from having any local, they don't need a local connection in order to be able to go on a housing list in a local authority, for example. And I think removing those barriers is really about showing best practice, I would say. I think overwhelmingly people in local authorities are very, very enthusiastic about delivering the best we possibly can for our service people who might be, because of frequent moves, new to an area. So I think it's probably about raising awareness, and the blueprint is a good, I think, tool for that, basically, if I can put it like that. I mean, when it comes to resource, I mean, there's quite a lot of, there's quite a lot of cash sloshing around in terms of third sector provision and government provision. So I think at this point in time, it's more a question of coordination, encouragement, and showing sort of collective best practice. And some local authorities are brilliant, and let's ensure that Hampshire's completely brilliant. Hampshire's excellent. Hampshire, sorry, excellent, yes.
I'll talk about Hampshire later in my presentation.
But it's about ensuring that regional best practice is basically spread, really. And there's lots of people who are involved who are really important in that. The statutory guidance will be important on that. The VAPCs will be important on that. There's a whole bunch of different. You guys are going to be really important in that. But I think it's about sharing best practice at its root.
And I deem education and time to be a resource as well, Minister. So absolutely agree with what you're trying to share there with the communities. Thank you.
And it's a good point. And just to follow on that, it's like the pupil premium. I bet there are service children in all of the local authorities in which you live who are not having the pupil premium claimed. Okay, because why is that? Because the schools aren't asking, they're not aware of it. So service families awareness is an issue with regard to that.
Minister,
Cannon, Reverend Cannon.
Very pleased to see you up here. I'll be seeing you in Hampshire in a couple of days.
Yeah.
Early years, pupil premium.
Yes.
You haven't had it. You did have a FIT grant for a while.
Yes.
I think it's worth looking at. The other thing, and you have been piloting it in Hampshire, and I've been working with you on it.
Yeah.
Getting our service voters on the electoral roll, getting them on, getting a service vote, a 5-year service vote. When I'm going around training, as you know, all over the country, this is an issue. I appreciate they don't link in necessarily with the local community. So if they're in Purbright, they may not want to vote in Woking, but it's that sort of thing. And early years, definitely needing it. There's a lot of kids, as we know, in nursery, and if you could think about that.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry, no advance notice.
No, Peter. Look, take your point about early years away. We're definitely looking at that. Service. That's a very interesting question. I see this all the time. I was knocking on doors, up until the 5th of May in Aldershot frequently. And clearly I get an overwhelmingly positive response when I knock on doors because I stick to the married quarters basically. But people are the churn is very high. So what do you recommend? How do we fix it? I don't know. So I don't know. Think about that today, folks, and tell we can. I write letters to a lot of people who move in but people have to choose to register, and we have done sort of some awareness work with the garrison commander in Aldershot, but. I think you're right. I think we should.
What we've done, just so good news, Purbright, and Debbie Goldsmith is from Purbright, the Covenant lead officer. Yeah. We've got that as a pilot, and Catterick are very interested, Winchester are interested, yes. Grantham, all the Army training centres.
Yes.
It's for a year. Electoral Commission, Home Office, Cabinet Office all come down to have a nose.
Yes.
But obviously I want to roll it out as quickly.
But the mechanism is what? I mean, is it like it's not?
It's the electoral officers. Debbie's going to answer.
Yes.
Good morning. I'm from the Army Training Centre at Purbright. We train recruits first 14 weeks basic training. So in week 2, they have an opportunity to have a brief from the Chief Clerk, who then explains the mechanism for signing up as a service voter, and then they have an opportunity to actually physically do that. So we hope, that we have captured maybe up to about 5,000 recruits a year.
It still depends on them registering when they get to wherever they're going. But maybe it could be a function of the chain of command.
Yeah, absolutely. So obviously, as we go through the years, then we'll catch more and more.
If they live in Aldershot, I'm going to knock on their door. Okay, so eventually they might get registered.
Yeah. But
David Clifford will knock on their door. Yeah.
It gives them the understanding of what it is and the opportunity to do it.
That's good. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. One here, and then one here, and then one. Yeah.
Yeah, good morning, Minister. John Manson from Tees and Weir Valley Mental Health Trust. I do some volunteer work in Catterick Garrison, and one thing that keeps coming up from families there, and it's quite specific, is around children of service families who are undergoing autism assessments. Now, what tends to happen is that they often end up on a waiting list, which can take 18 months to 2 years to get to the top of that list. Then the actual assessment itself could take another 18 months to 2 years. So within that 3 years to 4 years, the Army, I'm a Royal Air Force veteran, they could have been posted 2 or 3 times, dad's going around deployments, mum's going around deployments. And I just wonder if this is something that could be looked at as a specific issue around mental health support for certainly wives, partners and the dependent children within that. It really is a problem. People are coming up to me as a volunteer and saying, we've got a real problem here with it. So thank you, sir.
John, that's a really, really good question. I've heard, I've had a lot of personal feedback about the challenges that special education needs children for service families need. I've had it in my own constituency, and because of that churn, it's very, very difficult. So I think this is a perfect example of where the newly enforced covenant statutory guidance applies.
But we've got to wait until the end of the year for that to work its way through Parliament.
I don't think we have actually, because I think the covenant as a sort of moral contract already exists, and I would be very surprised if the point was made to the clinicians involved that this is a service family, perhaps in coordination with chain of command or through the Armed Forces Champion, a local authority or NHS Trust, that I would be surprised if there wasn't a positive outcome. Jennifer,
I was going to say, come talk to Jen or I in the break.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, because most people want to do the right thing. They're not.
It's
absolutely. Just the barriers tend to be sort of accidental rather than they're not deliberate. So let's hope that have a chat with the folks.
Will do.
Yeah, I always like to emphasise, as you did earlier on, that the families serve as well.
Yes, of course.
It's not just people like me and my brothers and sisters here who have served, and families do as well. So thank you.
That's it. They do.
Thank you. Last question, please.
I'm not sure if... Oh, that's working now. I'm Councillor Lewis Gardner, the Armed Forces Champion from Cornwall Council.
Great.
I went through my own resettlement journey just a year ago. I left the Royal Navy after a 20-year career.
Excellent.
The biggest thing that I'm finding in my new role is management of expectation amongst service leavers.
Yeah.
I will admit I left the service a year ago having heard of the covenant but not really understanding it. And interestingly, in your speech, you said that the biggest thing is about not being disadvantaged.
Yes.
That is not how most of our service leavers understand the covenant.
Yeah, yeah.
And having commanded ships and submarines, I didn't once receive a brief on the covenant. None of the men and women who served for me ever received a brief on the covenant. And we have a big problem with service leavers that they do not understand the covenant or what it means to them. I get weekly phone calls from service leavers, from veterans who think that they go to the top of the housing list.
Yes, yes.
And they absolutely do not.
No.
So my question is, what is being done, what can be done to actually not just educate all these organisations here that are represented, but educate our people that are currently serving and our service leavers on what the covenant means to them?
Yeah, that's an absolutely brilliant question, and you're clearly a first-class Armed Forces champion, and I'm grateful for what I expect you do in Cornwall, and you and people like you have a hugely important role in all of this. So I think, in answer to your question, it's about tempering expectations by educating people as they go through their transition, and we need to insert an awareness of the covenant in the transition provision, which we're actually reletting that. We're reshaping and reletting the contract for all of that transition support. But education about levels of expectation and what you can and can't and should and shouldn't receive when you settle into civilian life is an important part of transition education, basically. Because, as you say, it's about not being disadvantaged, which is a different thing from being advantaged, where, unlike in the US, where the veterans get to board, when you're waiting for your EasyJet, the veterans get to board for, I can't imagine anything worse. But so we've got to temper expectations, and I think part of that also is about our wider duty of care, and we were discussing this with the VAPC last week, about ensuring that some of the practical elements of people, especially when they're transitioning out, for example, or moving to a new station, but particularly transitioning out, I think we do have a duty of care to just pay a bit more attention about, okay, are you registered with your local GP? Are you on the housing list? Where are you going to live? And a lot of people will have all that sorted and will not need any help. But I think maybe we should have a bit of an opt-out system whereby people have to say, okay, I think the chain of command probably ought to have quite an energetic interest in knowing if people have got a plan about where they are going to live and if they are registered at GP. Because if they haven't, that might be a bit of a sort of a warning flag almost. So I think that part of the covenant provision and as part of transition is really important. But as you say, we've got to temper expectations.
We also
Thank you.
use the unit welfare officers.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah,
managing expectations.
that's it.
Minister, thank you very much indeed.
Okay. Hey, so look, good luck. Have a great day, and any other questions, address them to the team. But we want feedback from this day. That's the whole point. Okay, and good luck. Have a great day.
Thank you. I should also add, if you would like to tweet about any element of today, particularly what the Minister's just been saying, do please use the hashtag, which we've just made up, hashtag AFC2022. That's AFC2022. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Jenna. Right, so moving on with our programme, I'm really pleased to be able to introduce Stephen Pleasant, who is the Chief Executive of Tameside Council and the Accountable Officer for Tameside and Glossop Clinical Commissioning Group. And he is fundamental in driving forward the Covenant here in Greater Manchester. Stephen, over to you.
So, can you hear me? That's always a good thing, isn't it? Yeah. And I can see some friendly faces in the audience. So it's lovely, isn't it, to be here in person, actually, and not and not on Zoom. And you can't turn your cameras off, can you? So you've got to put up with me. And thank you for the introduction. So Tameside is in Greater Manchester. It's not got an H in it, so I am a local authority chief executive, and I suppose I'm going to give you a perspective from that side of things, really. It is lovely to be in Manchester as well, actually. I know the conference moves around, and that's really great, and it's great that it's actually, as I said, in person, but lovely for me not to travel down to London on a 3-hour train journey, but ride here on a bike for 40 minutes, as I was saying to Chris earlier on. I should start with an apology, really, and I've got to keep to time, haven't I? So I shall crack through this as best I can. Not used to working these clickers anymore.
I'll do it.
There you are. Failed. Very good. Thank you. Sorry. So just start with an apology because initially we wanted our Mayor Andy Burnham to speak today, and he was very keen to speak. He couldn't because of other commitments. He actually is in London today talking about all things transport, unfortunately. But he is our lead, our political lead on the Covenant, and he brings enormous passion, energy and enthusiasm to that role. So I'm afraid you're going to have to do with me and Chris Thomas, who's, give us a wave, Chris. I think most people know you. I'm the Chief Executive of Tameside. I do actually, bizarrely, also lead the local NHS organisation in my area as well, but I'm here primarily because I also act as the lead Chief Executive in Greater Manchester on behalf of the other 10 districts. It is a privilege, actually, to be here today to talk about Greater Manchester's journey to gold on behalf of our 10 local authorities. And I was just reflecting this morning, but actually, when you think back on your careers, there are certain high points, aren't there? And one of my high points has certainly been both being with Chris, receiving the Gold Covenant Award for Greater Manchester, but also with Vanessa, who's my Tameside in. Vanessa is someone, but I cannot see her. I need to embarrass her a little bit more. Hello. Receiving the Gold Award for Tameside as well. But when you do those, when you have the honour of picking up those sorts of awards, what you do realise, of course, is the hundreds of people, of public servants that sit behind the work and all their best endeavours that have actually supported that journey to actually get to that stage where Greater Manchester feels like it's doing all the right things in all the right places. I have got a small amount of time, so I'm going to have to give you a canter through some of the stuff that we're about. What I'm not going to do, as I have two caveats, what I'm not going to do is try and sort of jazz hands you to say that Greater Manchester has got all this amazing, wonderful best practice, because a lot, it's humbling to be in a room with such levels of experience and knowledge. And if I'm honest with you, our humility has allowed us to steal quite a lot of ideas that exist in this room. And secondly, I'm not going to say to you that actually we have reached some sort of covenant nirvana as well, actually, because we haven't. And all this is always about a journey, isn't it, rather than a destination. And that's what we have always been about. But what I will say, and this is really the focus of the next few slides, is I wanted to give you some insight about if you're working in a conurbation or if you're working in a geography and you're working in a local authority, there is something quite significant about utilising the governance of that in an effective way, particularly around the mayoral model with Andy, and particularly around thinking about combined authorities and how those sorts of things work together. And that has been our journey, and it's the added value that some of that things can give you that actually can answer some of the questions that the Minister's just talked about in actually providing consistency and coherence in terms of driving improvement, so you get into that point where you've got a Rolls-Royce service and you've got consistency and coherence in terms of the standards of that service, and hopefully you're developing across a conurbation which covers 2.8 million people, that blueprint that the Minister talked about earlier on. Just some very quick history around Greater Manchester for those of you that don't know. So Greater Manchester is a population of 2.8 million people. It's made up of 10 local authorities, of which mine is one, actually. It has a history of working together. There's going to be a theme, I think, out of today about joining things up and about connecting things. Greater Manchester has a history of working together. I've been a chief executive of a local authority for 14 years. I have a long organisational memory around how that has matured. That's the bedrock of how you do stuff. It is about relationships and ecosystems. I'll talk about some of the mechanics later on, but the relationships, the trust, the ability to work across systems is probably where the most, and you can't measure that, can you? But it is absolutely key, and we've had that in abundance since the late 1980s, since the demise of the Greater Manchester County Council. The combined authority we were the first conurbation set up a combined authority. Why did we do that? Because we wanted a statutory vehicle which we were all part of that allowed us to delegate, to devolve decision-making into Greater Manchester. We wanted decision-making in Greater Manchester made by Greater Manchester organisations. When we worked it out at the time, 84% of all decisions about Greater Manchester were made in London. Only 16% of them were made in this conurbation by our institutions. It was a real big driving force. But once you've got that, then you start thinking about how you do things once, not 10 times. You start thinking about driving out variation, about creating consistency in terms of approach. And what the mayor's brought is an added energy to that. And what I'm saying to you is, in terms of the Armed Forces Covenant, what we do is we surf all that in terms of driving forward improvement. And that's why it makes sense to do it at scale, because there's a lot of organisations in Greater Manchester, TFGM, our transport people, NHSGM for health, Greater Manchester Police, who unfortunately have just left us now. All of these organisations only work at that footprint, so it doesn't work very well for me as a local authority chief exec not to be able to work collectively across that piece. And like I say, Andy can convene that together. So that's the why, and there's a lot of statistics on that slide in terms of covering the why. We don't have any regular units, but we do have a number of reservist units, and we support them. The last service pupil premium stats tell us we've got 1,000 service children in our schools, and just picking up the earlier point in the discussion, I suspect that's a massive under-enumeration of actually what is. But we know that's where we've got. And our approach to the Covenant has always been to address the issues of disadvantage in our armed forces community, but significantly as well recognise that in our armed forces community we have an enormous wealth of qualities, experience and talent that this conurbation absolutely desperately needs. Let me just talk about some of the mechanics that sit behind the work that we do. Now, this is a bit boring, if I'm honest with you. It's not a good way to describe a presentation, is it? But actually, it's important I sort of describe it so you see it for what it is, actually. So I've said to you at the start, we identify a political lead, and a political lead that works on behalf of GM. It's absolutely amazing that that's Andy. It could have been any leader within Greater Manchester, but Andy picked it up, and actually what he brings is enormous agency and convening power, coupled with his boundless energy and his boundless passion in this area. But it is quite totemic to have him driving this work forward, because he draws organisations and individuals together. I'm the chief exec lead, so I manage it in terms of some of the managerial stuff, but I bring other chief execs together. I bring other people to the party, the chief constable, the local head of the NHS, and we bring them together and we have discussions with them informally through a group called the Wider Leadership Team, which meets on a regular basis. What's important about that is because then we can drive consistency of approach in terms of policy. And because we work through the combined authority and we can get political sign-off through a statutory agency, that's the thing that drives consistency and coherence, and hopefully provides a bedrock in terms of addressing some of the stuff around the Rolls-Royce service that the minister talked about. The other thing that it does is identify resource collectively. Chris's post comes out of those sorts of conversations, doesn't it? This slide tries to explain what Chris's post is all about. I won't go into the details. He will be around to discuss if you want to discuss it in a bit more detail with him. But he convenes in the same way that I convene, but he convenes with the district leads and works through that. That's disconcerting, isn't it? I thought she was going to go one of those.
We are MOD.
So I've got to hurry up, I think. So I'm not going to go into the details of that, other than to say that we located Chris in a team that's about public service reform. And we deliberately put him in a team which is about public service reform, because what we recognise is traditionally services tend to be delivered in a really top-down, fragmented, silo way. And what we're trying to do is we're trying to bring public services together that wrap around people across the conurbation. And what a better place for the lead on the covenant to be into that agenda, to make sure that everything we're doing is mainstreamed within the context of that. I wanted to just bring it to life here, so what it actually means, and I won't go through all of this slide, but I will just give you a couple of examples. One of them is around housing and homelessness. Andy's big thing has been about solving rough sleeping and homelessness across this conurbation. He donates part of his salary to housing charities. We set up a thing called A Bed for Every Night. This is an offer for the general population, but out of all of that, we make sure we identify veterans at the same time, so we can connect people up to the pathways that sit underneath the covenant. It's an example of how, and I probably haven't got time to go through all those examples because it's getting very disconcerting, so I won't do that. But I could give you examples around health, and I could give you examples around employment and skills, and the criminal justice system, where we take the mainstream stuff and we build the Armed Forces Covenant directly into it. Just some quick things in terms of what sits underneath that about service standards, and I won't go into too much detail around this, but there are some principles of operation that sit underneath that. Things like, we say as a mantra, names, not numbers. So you get to the individual, that's the thing, get to the individual, identify who people are, names, not numbers. Because when you're talking about numbers, it sort of makes it dispassionate, doesn't it? Well, when you're talking about an individual, then you start moving towards relational, holistic responses. We talk about joining things up, and we talk about joining things up in terms of services and bringing things together, but fundamentally we talk about joining things up in terms of money. When there's a public pound, that public pound doesn't belong to an institution, it belongs to a community, whether it's an armed forces community, whether it's a locality. Join things up in terms of services, join things up in terms of money. And I won't go into too much detail around that, other than to say, actually, there's a lot of learning that we're doing all around this. And what I said right at the start was, this is a journey, not a destination, and it's a constant, relentless thing and we're doing, and we're working very hard to make sure we embed it within our workforce. I won't talk about that. I have to put a Tameside slide on because Vanessa would not speak to me if I didn't. This is a montage of pictures which has been our journey, which we've both lived, haven't we? The day after Armed Forces Day on June 2012, but it does reflect the journey I think that Greater Manchester's done, and the journey that many have done in this place. Actually, it maps our journey from bronze to silver to gold. It marks the formation of the delivery of our partnership task, and that's a really critical thing for us, because that is a non-for-profit organisation that is made up of veterans. And they do all our delivery for us, because one of the key elements has always been about co-design and co-delivery. And that lived experience point that was exemplified so much on the SEND question is absolutely where we always need to get to, because you can't do this without actually it being done with people and it's being done through lived experience. But it also reflects, final point, it also reflects I've never been so disconcerted on the stage. Final point. What it reflects is when we started off, we had boundless energy in lots of projects, but where we've moved to is a place where we're actually systematically working through stuff and doing the heavy miles at making sure that our services fit, where we can point to lots of brilliant stuff in terms of the stuff we've done. But when we got into the ribs of things like working with all our GPs and making sure that systematically they were asking all the right questions and building it into primary care records, the boring bit, but the thing that really fundamentally makes a difference. And it is actually, final point, just worth celebrating those journeys, isn't it? I've finished now. Very good.
Thank you very much, Stephen. Never have I had such a well-trained senior leader in the room. Normally I have to actually stand on the stage to get people off, so thank you for humouring me at the side, even though I was eking nearer to you.
Yeah, and I was edging Miss
I know, I noticed that as well, but I just assumed that was my personality we were trying to avoid. I know we're running a little bit late, but if you're happy to take just a couple of questions if they're only on the floor. I think the absolutely key from what you were saying was very much collaboration and cooperation. And I think that is absolutely one of the main messages we want to take away today. Does anyone have any burning questions?
Or any questions on the live stream?
Quick one.
Could we go to Jacko first, please, Peter? And then we'll come back to you, okay?
I'm going to take the same minister thing and get Chris to answer all the hard ones, by the way.
Hopefully this will be relatively easy. You showed on one of your slides societal moral debt, which I think is an often talked about but not particularly well understood facet of support to the armed forces community. And it was in amongst some fantastic other initiatives that you've done, for which I take my hat off to you and your team. Awesome. What's your view on societal moral debt? What do you think, perhaps, how do you define that, and how do you then translate that into activity?
Right, well, that is a hard question, isn't it, actually?
I've got an easy one.
Thank you. We should have gone to him first. So I'll skirt around it a little bit, but so when some of the thinking that we started in terms of the covenant was always from the place of disadvantage. Do you know, it was always from the deficit, so we were constantly looking at the deficits, and actually we started to pull ourselves up a little bit at a point in time and say, you know what we should be doing is we should be recognising the point you've made, but what we should be fundamentally doing is taking an appreciative position from the covenant. We should be working from an appreciative position. And the truth of the matter is we've got significant deficits in our conurbation, and actually we've got significant assets from our armed forces community. And then what we've been trying to do in an appreciative way is to marry those things up. If I'd had the time, I could talk through some of that stuff around employment and skills, and I'm sure Chris could talk in some more detail around that. But I think it's an attitude of mind, some of that, isn't it, actually? And we need to get away from that, because actually, again, just that point around public service delivery, public services come into things trying to fix a problem, don't they? You know? And a lot of public service investment ends up being spent on, and this is a pejorative term, on mopping up failure. Whereas actually, the truth is, modern public service should be about investing in success and in investing in successful lives. And that's where we want to philosophically locate our covenant, I think.
Lovely. Peter, only if it's a super quick question.
Yeah. I'm very impressed with all your partners. Are they all gold? I'm chair of gold, the Gold Awards in the South East. And secondly, why is the Diocese of Manchester not on there? Because Bishop David Walker, who I'm having lunch with tomorrow, is dead keen, assures me he's fully behind the covenant. We went to the War Memorial yesterday, fantastic in Manchester. But are they all gold? And if they're not, are you going to get them gold? And well done for getting such remarkable partners. And add the Diocese of Manchester.
Right, that's where I'm going over to Chris. Go on.
The only partner that was, the only partner on the slide that showed the partners that isn't gold is GMFRS. Their application is in, and I'm absolutely convinced they'll have a positive outcome when the board sits, I think, at the end of next month. And regarding the bishop, point him to that website, and my email address is on there, or Peter, I'll drop you a line, and if you can connect the two of us, be delighted to work with him. Thank you.
Do it.
Yeah, and he's a lovely man. Tell him that. Okay, very good.
Lovely.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Straight on to the next one. It's a push. You'll be glad to know there is a break after this, but I really would like you to pin your ears back, because this is a really, really important piece for us. It gives me great pleasure to introduce the team who've been driving forward the Armed Forces Covenant legislation to talk to you about how we're going to implement it going forward. It gives me great pleasure to introduce John Shivers, Halima Aghazi Khan, Smita Mehta, and Mark Mitchell. Thank you.
Wrong way. Here we are. Okay, the Armed Forces Covenant duty is coming, but don't panic. The good news is we have plenty of time. Also, I've moved ahead too quick, there you go. Sorry, wrong way again. But we've got time. The bill was passed last year in December, but because we've still got some parliamentary hooplas to go through, and I'll talk about those a little bit later, the duty won't be coming into effect till later this year. So we have time to get our heads round this. The other reason not to panic is because it's not here to do anything bad to you. It's here to help us all build on the good work we've done already. So to understand what we've done, wrong way, John. It's holding it upside down. Okay, so to understand how the covenant duty is designed and how we see it working, we need to consider why we need it in the first place. So, as the Minister said, we have seen some cracking work around the country, and we don't want that to disappear. That's always the risk. You know, could be the trend this year, but what about next? So we wanted to cement that into statute. We were still seeing that despite this great work, there were still areas where disadvantage was happening and being experienced by our armed forces community. Those inadvertent barriers that the Minister was talking about. There was also a disparity in delivery and indeed in awareness as we moved around the country. Now, some of that disparity in delivery makes sense. I mean, as Stephen was making very clear, local areas are different from one another. But what we can do is improve awareness of the armed forces community across the UK to allow people at the local level to make decisions that make sense for their communities. So that's the covenant duty we have in place, a duty of due regard. Now, we saw a duty of due regard being perfect for our needs. This raises awareness of the key areas that we want people to consider. It does so in a way that it doesn't burden hard-pressed bodies like yourselves. And it also leaves you the flexibility, as I say, to adapt using this new knowledge that you'll have about the community to meet the needs of your local population. You'll also be familiar with a duty of due regard. Every public sector organisation is already subject to the public sector equalities duty, which is also due regard. So we know how the concept works. So we thought it familiar to you. We've also aimed it, as you see, at the local level, again, to try and ease out that disparity around the UK. Initially, we've aimed at health, education, and well done. See, you were paying attention. Now, those are among the most commonly raised issues. However, not the only issues that are raised. And to make sure that this duty is future-proofed, SFS will have powers to add to the scope of the duty going on into the future. So that's how it's going to work. It's going to work by getting that information into the right areas so that bodies in scope will have to pay due regard to the principles of the Covenant when delivering and designing policies and making decisions impacting upon our community. Now, that's a lot of information and a lot to ask, but we're here to help. A lot of you have already been involved in the work we have been working with you on to put together the statutory guidance. Now, this is going to contain all the information that you're going to need to take this forward. And my colleague Mark Mitchell will be up to talk about that shortly. But before then, not before Mark comes up, but before we move on, the statutory guidance, it has to be subject of consultation at the highest levels. We're about to send out letters from ministers to ministers within the devolved administrations and chief executives of charities, for example, to get them to have that final look so we can take on those final questions and queries and comments to get it into a place where we can push it through Parliament and take those last steps that we need to take. I won't bore you about the parliamentary processes. I will happily do so elsewhere. Please bug me if you desperately need to know. But we're hoping that those processes will be complete by the end of the year, and that's when the Armed Forces Covenant duty will stand up in law, and you will be obliged to pay that due regard. However, we're not going to be sitting on our hands in that time. Smita Mehta is going to be up shortly to be talking about our plans to develop communication tools that you can use to help explain the Covenant and the Covenant duty to your organisations, but also to your client groups, to those outside your group, to help sort out those expectation problems you were talking about, to explain what it's all about. Smita will be up talking about that. And Halima Ogazi Khan will be up here shortly to be looking at what we're doing in terms of planning to evaluate the policy going onwards so that we can take that proper decision about, is this working, is it worthwhile, do we need to add? So she'll be talking to you about our plans there. So with no further ado, because I know we're running out of time, Mark, thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. So, yes, this is the front cover of the Armed Forces Covenant Duty Statutory Guidance that the Minister kindly highlighted. So why is this statutory guidance document important to you? So first, it's important because it's the authoritative document that explains how the covenant duty works in plain English. So if you've got any questions about the covenant duty, then this is one of the first places that I'd advise you to come to try and find the answer. It's also a source of good ideas for how you can implement the duty. And if you work for one of the bodies that will be in scope, it's also the document that those organisations will be legally required to pay regard to when conducting the relevant activities. So that's also why it's important. So I'm just going to be looking at 3 quick questions to do with the statutory guidance. So why a statutory guidance document? How have we produced it? And what's actually in it? So first up, why a statutory guidance document? Well, the Armed Forces Act provides for a statutory guidance document to be published. So there's an implied expectation that one will be produced. And as I said, we need to produce a document that focuses on the duty and explains what the law requires, how it can be implemented in practice. The Armed Forces Act itself has to be written in language which can be quite hard to understand. So hopefully this document is a document that translates into plain English what the duty requires. And so by creating a document that explains what the duty requires, we can hopefully increase the understanding of the duty and the compliance with it, and therefore improve the Armed Forces' lived experience. So that's why we've produced a statutory guidance document. How did we go about it? So in the spring of last year, we produced a first draft and we conducted our first round of stakeholder engagement. Then I came into the team and we finished producing the second draft, implementing all the changes that had been suggested through that first round of stakeholder engagement. And then over the winter just gone, we conducted our second round of stakeholder engagement. So we ran 18 focus groups, and I reckon there were 234 participants. So quite a lot, and covering a wide range of organisations across the whole of the UK, national bodies, local bodies. So we involved devolved administrations, local authorities, charities, ombudsmen, the NHS, other government departments, and much more. And I added up all the comments received from all those focus groups and all the kind of direct phone calls and emails and so on. It came to well over 800. So we got quite a lot of feedback. And if you were one of the people that contributed to that, I'd like to say thank you very much, because I really do think it's a much better document as a result of the time and expertise that many people in this room were able to provide. So thank you for that. And it means that a lot of the content is in response to what was requested. So hopefully people will find that it kind of meets their needs. So we've produced an updated draft, and it's just now out on statutory consultation. And then, as John mentioned, we'll produce a final draft and then put that before Parliament in either July or September. We can't do it in August because Parliament is on recess. So finally, what's actually in it? So the first thing I'd like to draw your attention to is the exec summary. So we've got a 2-page summary of the whole duty on a couple of sides. And then chapter 1 kind of gets to the meat of what is the duty, when does it apply, who's in scope, when, and it explains key terms such as unique obligations, sacrifices, special provision, and who the Armed Forces community in scope is. And then chapters 2, 3 and 4 explain how the duty can be applied and implemented in practice in the 3 areas that are in scope: healthcare, education and housing. So chapter 2 is all about healthcare, chapter 3 education, and chapter 4 is about housing. And so I just want to show you what those chapters look like. They all look the same, so I picked the housing one to show you. So these are the first 3 pages of the housing chapter. And you can see the first thing that it includes is a one-page summary of the whole chapter, so that the chapter on a page, which you can use as a quick reference. And then the first section highlights or explains the context and the background for how the Armed Forces community accesses this particular area of public service provision. And then the rest of the application chapter contains three things. It contains descriptions of disadvantages which the Armed Forces community can face. It contains descriptions of case studies to mitigate those disadvantages or apply special provision. And it also contains links to other relevant codes of practice, pieces of legislation, statutory guidances, and the like. And the whole of the rest of the chapter is full of those three things: disadvantages, case studies, and links to other relevant codes. So that's what's in it. So to summarise, why a statutory guidance document? To increase compliance with the duty and improve the Armed Forces' lived experience. How have we produced it? We've produced it by talking to as many people as we possibly could. And what's in it? Well, hopefully everything you need to know about the duty. So the last thing to say is I've brought 2 copies of the most recent version with me. So if you'd like to have a look, please do come and find me. Or any other questions about the guidance document, or if you've got any other questions about the duty itself. So if you're wondering if particular circumstances are in scope or out of scope of the legal duty, then I'm the point of contact for that. So please come and find me if that's something you've got a question about. But for now, I'm going to hand over to Smita to talk about communications. Thank you.
Okay, bear with me. Not used a clicker before. Great, got it. Hi, everybody. And thank you, Mark. Some of what I'm going to talk about has been touched on, but I'll start at the beginning. Why is it so important, communication? What resources are already available? And my final plea to everyone here is let's work together on this. So why is this important? Primarily, it is, as people have said, it's all about awareness. The duty is about awareness. So where we are now, it's important to also think about being ready for implementation. Finally, the last point I'd make on this is that we recognise resources are tight, not just for central government, but local government as well. So it's important that we're not replicating each other and we're passing on the knowledge. Okay, as I've said, it's about awareness and it's key to the implementation. Organisations are required, not because it's a nice to do or voluntary, but you are now required under the law to be aware of the duty and implement it. And sorry, I'm a little behind on this. Why we're quite also keen on embedding this duty, because for instance, in your organisations, and including all organisations, we deal with things like staff turnover, passing on knowledge that's been built on over the years. So there's a need, generally, to capture that knowledge and pass it on. And this is one way we would do it, by working together. The other group that it's important for is those who are accessing the services, and I think somebody pointed that out earlier. So it's not just about they understand the duty, but where they can come for help as well. Having a point of contact might be useful. Would that be helpful to you as well? It's something to consider. There are already resources in place. MOD has several. I won't go through the list. I will just say Mark has mentioned the guidance, and that will be a huge resource. It's a go-to document. We've got the Covenant website. Would you find it, for instance, useful to have links to good practice on there or examples? So you need to let us know what works for you, what you would like. The other organisations also have resources at hand. FIMT, Forces in Mind Trust, our community, our Covenant, specifically looks at the Covenant. The Armed Forces Covenant Fund Trust has a knowledge network of those who receive grants and the benefits they've had from that. So there is stuff out there, I would say. But we do need to build on that. One idea we've been talking about on the team is having an online toolkit with links. For instance, would you find it useful for you? And what would you like to see in the way of links? We could build that later on, but in the short term, that's what we're thinking about. For instance, this will be recorded. Would it be useful to have a link to this? Would a one-page infographic be something you could use in your organisations? An infographic on a page that you can pass on to your people in organisations when you go and do demonstration talks? But you need to tell us, so we're not replicating something that you won't be using. So I'd like to end by saying, work with us, collaborate, so we can help you implement this duty. Thank you very much. Sorry, I should say, now I will hand over to Halima.
Hello, good morning. Hi, everyone. I may have spoken with some of you before, but I'm Halima Ogazi Khan, and I've been leading on how we can measure the covenant duty. So just quickly, this is the last section of the presentation. I'm going to go through a couple of things. First one is why we want to measure the covenant duty, so what's the reason for measurement? Then I'll talk quickly about how we're going to approach that measurement, and finally, why record keeping within those of you in scope of the duty is really important here. So, why measure it? One is to try and understand the bigger picture, to try and see how the duty relates to the delivery of the covenant at the local level. Another important reason is seeing how the duty works in practice. So, is this covenant duty addressing the problem that it's been created to address? And finally, we are committed to undertaking a review of the effect and impact of the covenant duty within 5 years of its implementation. So that's a couple of the reasons why we'd really like to measure the covenant duty. What kind of things will we be measuring? So we've identified 2 key areas that it would be really helpful to get insights into. One of them is the delivery of the covenant. So we're looking at the type of activities that would be undertaken by in-scope bodies. And we want this to be as flexible as the range of activities that we'd expect to see. So you're looking at things such as on the slide, signposting services, amending policies. In addition to that, we'd also like to look at the impact on the armed forces community. So you might think about whether outcomes have changed, whether satisfaction has increased, whether there's better access to those services. Next, I'm going to talk a bit about the approach that we'd like to take with this. So as the team have mentioned, we really want to be collaborative here. And as was mentioned as well, the duty is designed to be flexible. It's designed to go by area, and we want our approach to measurement to reflect that. As well as that, there's no mandated recording included in the duty. So we'd want to look at materials that are already available, things that are easily collected, and work with those of you in scope to identify what those are and how we can make this as least burdensome as possible. Finally, as I said before, I'll talk a little bit about why it is key to keep a record of these kind of activities. So evidence, that might be audit trails of equality impact statements. It might be taking into consideration where you've made policy amendments and holding that as evidence. For one, it's really useful for cover. So in the case of judicial review, you'd always have that evidence that due regard has been met. But I think more importantly than that, you're looking at having a better understanding of the local armed forces community, having a better understanding of those needs, and in turn, providing a better service, a service that's more tailored to the community. that it serves. So that's it from me. I'll hand you back to John to round off, and I think we're going for the break. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Halima. I'm afraid we've run out a bit of time, so we don't have much time for questions at the minute. However, after the break, we will be running our first workshop, and we will be talking about that. So that's the time to ask us questions. And in the meantime, all of us will be here, so ask us anything. That's why we are here. Just want to say a couple of things before I go, because Bryony is terrifying there. I see what you mean, Stephen. The key thing to remember is that this duty is about flexibility. It's not about burdening you. It's about building on the good work that's gone before. We've got time to get our heads round this, which is only good news. But lastly, and I think most importantly, in delivering the covenant duty, you're not alone. We're not the kind of people that legislate and run away. We're here to help. That's us there. But look around you. The people sitting next to you are experiencing the same kind of thing you are. So use this opportunity to talk to one another, and together we can make a real go of this. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, John, and the Covenant legislation team. Really appreciate your efforts today. Now, guys, you have 20 minutes to get some refreshments. They'll be served both up here and down in the cafeteria. For anyone that's looking for gluten-free biscuits, look to the cafeteria. Then it's straight into the workshops at 11:30 sharp, please. Just a 5-minute warning notice, everyone, that workshops start in 5
Right. Ladies and gentlemen, if you'd like to take your seats, please. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much indeed. I'm delighted to start the afternoon session. I hope everyone's had a good lunch. Did everyone try the brownie? Yeah, Bakewell tart, amazing. This is why we didn't host it in the Ministry of Defence, because otherwise it would have been ration packs and all be starving. Anyway, I'll pass on to Brian in just a moment. I just wanted to quickly remind you all, if you want to tweet about it, do use the hashtag AFC2022. And also to note, if you're taking notes, that the slide packs will be circulated after the event.
Brilliant, thank you very much. It's my absolute pleasure to introduce Wing Commander Phil Holcroft here today. He is here to share a really powerful personal story about family life in the Air Force and how the Covenant and Public Services have helped his family over the years. Very much welcome.
Thank you. I must admit, squeezing into this when you've had a brownie is more of a challenge, so I've got huge envy. It's fantastic to be here today. Today is a historic day. It's a monumental day. Not only is it the Armed Forces Community Conference, but right now, at the Cannes Film Festival, after 36 years, Top Gun 2 has been released today. Yes. You're going to have to hold on one more week before you get your eyes on it in the UK. But until then, I do have a little bit of aviation footage just to whet your appetite. Okay, so prepare yourselves. Okay, so I guess, why am I here? Well, why am I here? So I got asked by a colleague I used to work with, Vicky, we'll call her, okay? Where is Vicky? Okay. I used to work with her, and she now works with the MOD Covenant team. I was hugely flattered, and I took it as a massive compliment that Vicky had asked me to come here today. However, I then made a shocking discovery a couple of weeks ago. I was looking through some memorabilia, and I discovered a gift of when I was working with Vicky. And it was a little picture, and on the back, all the team had written a little good luck message for the next job. And I looked, and I found what Vicky had written. And I'll decode her messy handwriting for you. But it's, thanks for never filling the biscuit tin and stealing all my tea bags, okay? So I'm here for punishment, basically. That's what I figured out. This is a bit of retribution, me paying my bills, which I will do today, and I'll do my very best. But I must point out that Vicky does not buy Yorkshire tea bags, so she is a bit of a cheapskate. But today, I do genuinely believe in it. I am passionate about being here today. It's really, really important to me. I'll tell you about my family story, and I'll tell you about how the work which you're contributing today helps support people like me and families like mine. So, yes, you'll be looking at policy, you'll be looking at nuance, you'll be looking at rules, regulations, legislation, resources, all that important stuff, and it's easy to get lost in the minutiae. But I see it as my job as trying to join the dots together to help you understand the impact the work which you're doing has on the lives of servicemen and women for the UK. And I hope to inspire you to think big, to be bold in what you're trying to do, and hopefully I can give you a bit of justification for that today. So, I better start with who I am. Yes, I'm Wing Commander Phil Holcroft. I'm an airman in the Royal Air Force, but I owe you a little bit more than that. So we'll dive a little deeper, not too deep, because I'm quite a simple individual. But if I was to describe who I am, I'd say there's 3 pillars which make up my life, 3 buckets or balls, whatever you want to call them. The first one, it's me as a military person. I'm a pilot, I'm a helicopter pilot in the Royal Air Force. I've had the privilege of serving with some incredible people. As part of that, I've managed to go to Iraq on operational tours several times, Afghanistan, all over the world. Incredible privilege, and I know I'm lucky to do it. And this is the part of me which the taxpayer sees. This is the part which the country needs and wants. But there's a lot which sits behind that and allows it to happen. For me, the other big part of my life is my family. I've got a beautiful wife, Beth. She's a civil servant, actually, for the Department of Education. So she's very familiar with policy, and she tells me how important it is daily. And I've got 2 young girls. I've got Bella and Isla, absolutely the apples of my eye. And they are something I cherish. And to be able to do that stuff, I need to be able to support my family. If the military ball is a bouncing ball and you can occasionally drop it, this one isn't. This is a glass ball. This is something I absolutely need to protect. If I fumble, I've got to be able to catch it. And we'll come back to that later. Then I guess the other bit. This is my passion. This is my hobby. This is how I feed my soul. I'm an endurance athlete nut. I love it. And if you ever want to know if someone's really competitive as a triathlete, there's a few little telltales. One, are they willing to wear a gigantic helmet which makes them look like a phallic object? Tick. 2, do they spend ridiculous amounts of money on carbon fibre? And are they a little bit vague about the actual cost with their wife? I think she might be tuned in listening on YouTube, so I better be careful. And then the third option is the really, really competitive ones. On the 112-mile bit of the triathlon, on the bike, don't get off the bike to wee. Okay, I'm not going to tell you which one I am, but I'm not going to let you stiff my bike shoes. Okay, we'll cut that deal. Right, I better move on. So, sorry, I guess the takeaway message from this is everyone sees this bit. This is the bit which the country needs. This is the bit which HMG pays for. But there's a lot which sits behind it, and we'll get stuck into that later. But when that's all imbalanced, when it's correctly supported, men and women in the UK Armed Forces can do some incredible things. And it's a privilege to be part of that. There you go. You don't need to go to Cannes Festival after all. So, brothers and sisters in the armed forces will gladly do that. It is their privilege and their pleasure to do that. But they can only do that if they're not distracted and they're supported in their home lives and everything which goes outside of what they do in the military. These 3 photos which describe, I guess, the balls or pillars of my life. They're all taken in one weekend in June 2014. If you ask me, was I resilient back then? Did I need support? I'd say I was bulletproof. I'd done 7 operational tours in Iraq and then Afghanistan. I felt completely invincible. Did I honestly know what the Armed Forces Covenant was? No, I absolutely didn't. Did I understand the detail? I didn't think I needed to. I didn't think it affected me. So did I need support? Right then, that weekend, no. Those photos, the helicopter were flying the Queen's birthday flypast in June. Lead aircraft in that formation. Incredible privilege. The Sunday, the day after, it was Father's Day with my family. And then there was even a triathlon on, win, which I managed to enter, cross the line with my daughters in my arms. Life doesn't get better than that. I remember thinking, this is as good as it gets. And if you'd have said to me, in 4 weeks' time, you'll be a crumpled wreck, crying your eyes out, I'd have said, bullshit. That is not going to happen. But that's exactly what happened. And I completely unraveled. And I'll tell you why. It starts with this cheeky one here, Isla. She's 22 months old at the time. My wife, who's got far better intuition than me, realized something wasn't quite right with Isla. She persuaded us on a Friday night to go to the hospital in Oxford. And within hours, we were delivered the gut-wrenching news. We were told that Isla had leukemia. And we then started to understand what lay ahead. It was a 2.5-year journey where Isla would have, in that period, 24 general anesthetics to have chemotherapy injected into her spine. She'd spend months in hospital. She'd lose her hair. She'd need to learn to walk again. She had 24 blood transfusions and daily chemotherapy, which amounted to nearly 1,000 doses over that period. The malaise of leukemia was indescribable. She was delirious half the time. And I was sat on the sidelines, feeling totally ill-equipped to do anything about it. I was watching my daughter walk the tightrope of life and death. And for the first time in my life, I couldn't fix it. It was really tough. And I needed help. I needed support. And that's exactly what happened. The miracle workers of the NHS stepped in. Incredible charities and organisations supported our family. And they helped to fix the impossible. They helped to cure my daughter. And slowly but surely, she made her way to recovery. But that's when the Armed Forces Covenant got in. The benefits of the work you do today helped get us back to some sort of semblance of normality. It meant that Isla, one, she was given continuity of hospital care. As we got moved around, which is normal in the military, she was able to keep that continuity of hospital care because of understanding, compassion, and systems in place which have been put in place by the Armed Covenant to allow that continuity of hospital care. It meant schooling. Isla had to delay a year at school because she was young in a year, and it was absolutely inappropriate for her to start that year early. But the school system, again, compassionately recognising the military covenant, as she's bounced around schools, it's allowed her to stay in that year below and give her the education which she needed. And for us as a family, we could get back to being a military family. We could go to different locations. Incredibly, just after Isla finished her 2.5 years of treatment, we were posted to the United States. And the military, working with all the local authorities, was able to arrange that her schooling, her medical care could carry on overseas. And it was a remarkable feat. And I am forever grateful of the opportunities which the good work of people in this room has helped to support and achieve. So Isla is now doing incredibly well. She's a 9-year-old. She is a healthy, happy, thriving 9-year-old. And what life took away, it's given back double. She is first up in the morning in the family, she goes all day long, and I'm last to bed, which is a little bit of a pain. But for me, I had some getting over to be done. I had to try and find my own way back to normal, and that was quite tough. And it dawned on me that I could try and use my passion for endurance sport, to try and get back to normality, and also as a way to connect with Isla. So in the 5 years which Isla needed to remain in remission to be cured, I set myself a challenge of doing a sporting event right on the edge of the possible. Something which scared me, something which involved a lot of suffering and a lot of uncertainty. Things which allowed me to really relate and connect with little Isla. So this started, and each challenge for the 5 years needs to get harder each year. Also, really, I needed to put everything into it. You know, absolutely everything into each of these challenges. So that's how it started. And it was my way of finding purpose. It was a way of supporting the charities that had supported Isla. It was a way of raising money for them. And it was a way of me doing something to give back. But the only reason I could do that again is because my life was now back in balance. So year one was a triple marathon called the Jurassic Coastal Challenge. That was a little bit aggressive, a little bit sore on the legs. Then year two, that was a 100-kilometer race to the stones. Again, finishing with my girls, which was incredible. Then year three, I realized things were getting out of hand. This was a 100-mile race, and one that really took me to a dark place, but absolutely allowed me to connect to Isla. And then year four was an ultra triathlon, which is ridiculous. It's a 10-kilometer swim, a 270-mile bike ride, and then a double marathon. I don't encourage that for your first triathlon. But it then brought me to 2021, and we had to get the biggest and most ambitious goal to celebrate Isla being cured of cancer. And the biggest thing I could think of was rowing across the Atlantic. This was the one. This was the one which genuinely terrified me, one which definitely would involve a lot of suffering, and one which really got to the root cause of what it was all about. So joined by 3 Royal Air Force colleagues as a team, which is absolutely apt, because it was a team which got us as a family through this. We set off in December 2021 to compete in the Talisker Whisky Atlantic Challenge, an annual race which sees 40 boats compete rowing across the Atlantic, 3,000 miles, unsupported. And there's a little clip of what it looks like. So it was an incredible adventure and a real privilege to be part of. There were 2 Army teams, and I realised there's some Army representatives in the room, and they should be finishing any day now. Sorry, Ed, we've only just met. This is very awkward. But a real privilege. And the moral of the story is, I could only do this because of the support which I and my family received. And I attribute a hell of a lot of that to the product, what the Armed Forces Covenant does. So for me, it's a huge, huge thank you. There's a few snaps which show you, I guess, the finish, the good bit. Lots of hugging, very smelly hugging. But and what it does to you, yeah, it gives you a ginger beard and makes you look really haggard. But it doesn't last forever, you'll be relieved to know. So, new normal. The bottom line is now, 2022, life is back to normal. I can be a military person and throw my life back into it because my family life is supported. It's back on track. It's completely in balance. That glass ball has been saved. It was a close call, but it's been saved. And I can also do my passion as well in the background. Although the wife is very keen that this trajectory stops, and I'm sure she'll get that. But the message I want you to take away is think big, be bold. The mantra which I try and live by is, what would you attempt to do if you knew you couldn't fail? Maybe if you take that approach with the work you're trying to do with the Armed Forces Covenant, some incredible things will come out of it. So that's it from me. I'll happily take any questions about any element apart from my cycling shoes. Okay. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Okay.
The first one?
Yes.
Because obviously Isla was 2 when all this started, so she probably can't remember much about it. So what's her take on that and what you do and what you've done? How is Isla about it? And the second one is, how much Taliska's whiskey did you get through on that rowing trip?
Okay. The first one's the one I can answer, honestly. No, so Isla, so she was 22 months old when she got diagnosed. There isn't a good age to get diagnosed with leukemia, but she can't remember the tough times. It was such a dark place for the family, and she really did march through the valley of death. And watching it was horrific. But she looks back, and in many ways, because of the support she received in hospital, the incredible charities who made that a fun experience, if there's such a word for it. And she doesn't remember the hardship. So her sister does. She has much clearer recollections. And I remember the heartbreaking first night where Isla was in hospital, her sister was at home, and going in to wake her sister Bella up in the morning, and she climbed into Isla's cot, and it broke my heart. But they're really positive about it. Now they do lots of work to support the charities which supported us, and they've got a really healthy relationship with hospital. And I really believe, and again I attribute a lot of this to my wife and her incredible handling of the situation, that she's unaffected by the whole experience, which is remarkable. On the race, so it is such a brutal routine out there that the last thing you'd want to do is drink whiskey. It's a tough life out there. It's 2 hours on, 2 hours off, non-stop, and the 250 times before you get a good night's sleep. And that 2 hours off, you're trying to eat, you're trying to wash, you're trying to do the jobs on the boat, so you probably get 2 or 3 hours sleep every night, which is pretty tough. So there was no alcohol drunk, believe it or not, until we got to the far end. And at the far end, we were proper lightweights. So we thank you for your question.
I think it's then up to me to say thank you so much, Phil, for sharing that. As a parent, my heart broke during that. I'm not going to cry, though, because I'm a grown-up. Absolutely broke. So much love to your wife and your family. What a wonderful story. I would like to know, though, how many bikes you've got, because I suspect your wife doesn't know that either, and how many within the different photos. Yeah. But thank you so much for sharing. What a great story. And if you've got any top tips on how to get Vicky to put her hand in her pocket, that's also gratefully received.
Okay. That was a secret name, Vicky. Okay, okay. Thank you very much. Pleasure to be here.
Thanks. It gives me enormous pleasure now to, going straight to the next one, to introduce Phil Deacon, who's going to be talking to us about the e-learning for the Covenant, which has been introduced. Phil is the Covenant project worker for Warwickshire County Council, and he's a man, certainly for us, whose reputation goes before him, so thank you, Phil. Phil's looking at refreshing the e-learning modules for the Armed Forces Covenant. This is something that we in the MOD really, really strongly support, and we are profoundly grateful to you, Phil, for doing this. We hope that this will prove a useful tool, particularly for those bodies in scope of the new duty, of the new legislation, to raise awareness amongst their staff. But I'll let Phil explain more. Thank you. Phil, over to you.
Hopefully, yeah, this is working. My name's Phil Deacon. I work for Warwickshire County Council. Warwickshire County Council is the lead agency for the Coventry, Solihull and Warwickshire Armed Forces Covenant Partnership. I took on this job back in 2015. I had 25 hours a week and a 12-month contract. One of the things that they wanted me to do was to raise awareness of the Covenant across the entire partnership. So my solution was to develop some e-learning, and as part of that, I was very clear about two things. One, it can be used on a national basis, not just for Coventry, Solihull and Warwickshire, and two, that if we're going to give it away, we give it away for free. As soon as you start putting a price on that, you're not going to get money out of local authorities. So thankfully, I got my way, and I was happy. What it is, essentially, it's a solution to raise awareness of the Covenant across thousands of people quite quickly and quite easily with just a very, very small level of resource. We've heard the word collaboration a number of times. It is very much a collaborative product. I might be the architect, I might have done like 90% of the work around it, but there's loads and loads of other people who participated in this. They fed back, they contributed videos, ideas, etc. I kind of give it out to you as local authorities, NHS, any organisation that's willing to use it, please use it. You might have noticed a film going on at the beginning and at the end. That is in fact the induction programme, which I'm planning on launching for Armed Forces Week. So if you want a copy of that, then you need to come and put your name down on the sheet that I've got. One of the things that's really important about this is because it's e-learning, you can actually reach people that you won't reach because they won't be released by their managers. So one of the key things for me in terms of working across the organisation was how do I get to customer service staff who work from call rooms and libraries and what have you. Actually, it was the e-learning that solved that issue. So the original programme had 5 modules. Covenant for frontline staff, that was focused around Coventry, Solihull and Warwickshire, obviously. Housing, homelessness and the Covenant. There is a specific one for serving personnel. There was a specific one for families of serving personnel. And I thank Jenny, if she's still here, for her little coming to meet me with her friend and, shall we say, persuading me that I should be doing a module for families as well. And then adjusting to life, that's the transition model. This thing in total, which is probably an underestimate, cost about £77,000 to do, £20,000 from the Covenant Trust. The rest of it was funded by an English local authority that were willing to contribute that resource, and in particular, my time. A rough estimate from a recent survey of who's used it is that 3,500 people have actually completed one or more modules. When you look at that, that's £22 a head. That is very definitely an underestimate of what's actually happened. So you can see in terms of the level of cost, it can be very effective. How we use it within Warwickshire. It's incorporated within our learning management system. It is part of how the authority trains its staff both through e-learning and face-to-face learning. We have good links across the organisation, and we have a commitment from the very top down. So that makes my job easier when I go and visit a manager to persuade them that their staff should be doing either face-to-face or e-learning. Because that message is coming from the top level, I'm able to make that headway. It's all supported by a communications campaign. When I have discussions with managers, what I want to do is make it mandatory. Sometimes managers will accept that. For others, it's just about encouraging and them encouraging their staff to participate and do it. It's held on a learning management system, which means that at any point in time, I can go to learning and development and say how many people have done which module. And someone just presses a few buttons and we get a report. What this does is it augments the face-to-face training that I do. It enables me to do more bespoke face-to-face training. So, for example, dementia nurses, mental health, social care, very kind of niche groups. As I said at the beginning, it was free. We wanted to give it away. This is what we did. People could either get it through Learning Pool or they could contact me and actually have it. When people took it, they either used it exactly as it was or they made a small amount of modification. Some areas, such as Chris Thomas in Greater Manchester, amended theirs quite a lot for their particular audience. It was adapted for Scotland, did similar amount of work with Wales, and it's also, all of the modules are on the .gov, Armed Forces Covenant.gov website. Round 2, there's a new induction module. It looks into what do the Armed Forces do, what is the Armed Forces Covenant, what is this thing about a duty. That's about as much as most people need to know. The idea behind that is that you make it mandatory for your staff to do when they join the organisation or they are doing a kind of annual training function like GDPR, health and safety, etc. There will be a new frontline staff module, and I'm very grateful for the colleagues across Northern Ireland, England, Wales, Scotland, that these will be developed specifically for those devolved authorities. I'm working with Chris and others and Peter and others in terms of them taking the bare bones of it and amending it to their particular area. So if anybody wants to do that, that's more than possible. The housing and homelessness will be revised. The families module will be completely changed. I'm going to do that from scratch. Part of that is to link into the MOD family policy and change the way in which we deliver it, such that we get people to go to the resource first as families. There's information about what the issue is, where they can go for further information, and the kind of things that they need to do. So there's like 1, 2, 3. And it's only when you get to number 3 that you go back to perhaps the MOD or the families federations. And it cuts out that first couple of phone calls whereby people can get easy answers, which reduces the load on other people. Just get everybody to do it. Just persuade them. There are various ways of persuading people. Everybody should be doing the induction module, bottom line. And then looking at what specific staff groups who are front-facing or have a particular specialism will do some of the others, making sure that you actually embed it within your learning management system, within your organisation, so that it is then recorded. So when something hits the fan later and someone says, well, what have you done as an organisation to raise awareness and get your staff to know about the Covenant? This is one of the things that you can evidence, that you have been running this programme and you have trained X number of people. And again, it's about adding that into whatever face-to-face training and information raising awareness you need to do. If you want a copy of it, once it's produced, you can get it from me. You can ask the Covenant Trust for it. It will be part of the Me Learning contract or catalogue if you use e-learning, Me Learning within your company. As an individual, you'll be able to access it through the Covenant Trust Knowledge Centre and also through the .gov Covenant website. Don't forget it's free. And just as you're going to get these slides, so don't worry. If anybody knows about the spouse development programme that we ran recently in Warwickshire, that involves spouses, armed forces spouses, I'm very pleased to say that we have 15 places and we'll be running it again as from January next year. So look out in the autumn when we'll be putting the feelers out for getting some more people.
Thank you very much indeed, Phil. Thank you. Yeah. Phil's very happy to take questions. We've got about 5 minutes, so I think between 2 and 3 questions. Hands up, and don't forget to please wait until the microphone comes to you. Ooh, hang on. We'll just have one there. And Madam, if we come to you next, that's okay. Thank you.
Hello, Phil. My name's Andy. I'm from the Sussex Partnership Trust. One of the things I was wondering, in the Armed Forces Covenant, mental health workers in particular, it mentions that the mental health worker must have an understanding of military culture. I don't know if you were able to look at that for e-learning. It's something that I'm considering at the moment on how we're going to deliver that.
In all of the e-learning, part of getting across to people, whether it's through the e-learning or through face-to-face, it's about hearts and minds. I'm not interested in people knowing badges of rank and this, that and the other. I want people to understand the nature of the role of what our armed forces do and how that can have an impact on them, and some of the issues about that, the wider living in camp, on camp, living on a ship, and how in some respects that can be quite a total experience, and therefore that can be quite shocking when people come to leave, that 1 minute they're a W01 that people know around camp, and the next minute they're just somebody walking in the street. And that's a massive, massive change for an individual and a family to cope with. So that is incorporated within it.
It's incorporated within it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Lady at the back with the rather nice turquoise cardigan on. Yeah. Thank you.
I can't hear at the moment, so I can't tell whether I'm loud or not.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks, John. Forgive me, because I am familiar with the product through Chris Thomas, but is there any appetite to share this with organisations such as Ministry of Justice for any veterans that have been in contact with the criminal justice system?
I'm going to put this politically and sympathetically. I don't care.
Okay.
All I'm interested in is, it doesn't matter whether you're a public sector agency, third sector, I think it's got use within business. If it can be used to educate people, then all I ask is that you use it. The only criteria that I've had when I've given it away over the last few years is that when I come and ask you to give me some figures, you give me some figures. That's the deal.
Okay, thank you. I think one more question, please. Lady and then... Somebody terribly polite, sorry. Ooh. Yeah. Hang on. Sorry, yeah.
With your giving out to organisations to get their CPD, compulsory professional development, as a social worker, I've got to do so many credits to keep that going. Is that accredited, your e-learning?
I've only got 25 hours a week and there is only me working on this, so I appreciate the question, and it would be lovely to have that accredited. But that's kind of a little bit beyond where I am now. But I've no problem if someone came to me afterwards and said, can you get this accredited through the NHS, through social care, etc., etc. I see no problem with that.
I think you could get some funding for that.
Thanks very much indeed. I think we'll draw stumps there.
I don't think my wife would like you to duplicate me in terms of having all the time and space and people to do this.
Indeed. I think, Phil, you'll be around for refreshments later on, so perhaps further questions, do buttonhole him then.
I'm over there.
But no, Phil, thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
It's my great pleasure to introduce Richard Gamage, Beverly Russell and Nick Coverdale from Stoll, the Veterans Housing Charity. And they're going to talk about their launch yesterday of the No Homelessness campaign, which is aiming to reduce veterans' rough sleeping. Over to you guys.
Thanks, Phil. Okay, you'll spot straight away that there's actually two of us, not three of us. So Nick Coverdale's back housing and helping veterans currently. So it's Beverly Russell and myself, Richard Gamage. I'm the Chief Executive of the Sir Oswald Stoll Foundation, and what we endeavour to do there is to house and help veterans, about which a little bit more in a while. I'm really fascinated to hear those previous two presentations from Philip and Phil. And actually, Philip, I'm a fellow cyclist, although not in your league, and I think the answer when your wife asks you how many bikes you've got is that the perfect optimum number is n+1, where n equals the number of bikes you've currently got. And Phil, that's fascinating as well, because I think there's some links there with what we're endeavouring to do in terms of no homeless veterans. Okay, we're going to do a bit of a double act. There's a couple of slides here. So if we could go to the first slide, first of all, please. Do I need to click something, or will someone else do that for us? Perfect. So who's leading this campaign? Well, the campaign is very much led by and organised by COBSIO. COBSIO is the Confederation of Service Charities, the umbrella organisations for all people who are working in the charity sector supporting veterans. And within COBSIO, there are a variety of groupings, clusters they're called. One looks at health, one looks at social care and so on. And in particular, there's one that looks at housing. And it's an eclectic grouping of about 40 to 60 at any point in time, individual organisations that are involved in housing and helping veterans in many different guises. And the COBSIO Housing Cluster, which I co-chair with a colleague who's the Chief Executive of Hague Housing, focused in on this issue of veterans' homelessness and what more could we do about it. So what is the campaign about? Well, if I tell you that at any point in time there are still some 400 homeless veterans in any 1 year in the UK, one is too many in my books. So anything we can do to try and reduce that number as close to zero as possible has got to be a good thing to do. And we'll show you some statistics in a video at the end which will bring some of that alive. There's the pandemic on top of things. There's the economic factors that are going on. And we're seeing in the sector an uptick in veterans' homelessness at the moment. There's lots of good work in the Armed Forces Covenant. There's lots of commitments from government. Bringing veterans and others off the streets of the UK, the Everyone In campaign during the pandemic was brilliant. But actually, as that dribbles away, we're seeing the pressures going the other way and more anxiety amongst veterans, more difficulties getting access to mainstream services. Sometimes because veterans, and I am one now, I served for 27 years and I've been a veteran for the last 8 years. Veterans are not particularly good on occasions at asking for help or knowing where to go to access help. So there's a real issue here that this campaign is endeavouring to tackle. We started this back with a phase one of a campaign back in 2018-2019, and it made some progress in working with over 100 local authorities. And it's great to hear the voices and the questions from some of the local authorities represented in the room. Because you can't do this in one service charity. You can't do this from the Ministry of Defence. It's about reach, the widest possible reach. And I recognise in this room, we've got people who can influence others. We've talked about tweeting already. Anything you can do to get out there with #ThinkVeteran and some of the other information we'll give you would be really grateful for, because spreading the word that this is not solved is important. The government's got some great commitments on veterans' issues right across the board. So this is not about poking chests or prodding or pricking consciences. Well, maybe there's a bit of that. There's some good stuff that's coming out. For example, a commitment to end homelessness across the board by the end of this Parliament. But I bet somebody said that 200 years ago, and 100 years ago, and 10 years ago.
So if I'm a bedding man, there will always be a bit of an issue to tackle. But it's a wonderful ambition to have, and we absolutely endorse that. We love it that the government, and I say we, I'm talking about the housing area for veterans issues, we love it that the government recognises that there's an issue there to address. We love it that they recognise the value of housing and helping veterans, and those two things together. This is not about more buildings and more bricks and mortar. This is about housing and helping, the support that goes with it, because if people have got housing issues, they've usually got other issues as well, whether that's mental health, or struggling with employment, or struggling with relationships, or whatever the other issues are that led them to be homeless in the first place. And if you think of the old classic Maslow's hierarchy with safety and security at the bottom, that's housing. And then you can do the building blocks of everything else. I know this from personal experience. I don't have that unbelievable, impressive presentation from the Wing Commander earlier on. Absolutely superb, his personal experience. Mine is slightly more subtle, tangential. My elder brother died 2 years ago, age 63, in his own flat. He had mental health issues from the age of 17, 18. The reason he survived as long as he did as a serial hoarder, who was a paranoid schizophrenic, was because he had a roof over his head. So I pay huge tribute to what our parents did to give him that roof over his head. That was his base, that was his stability. Otherwise he would have been homeless. So there's a personal reason why I'm invested in this, as well as a professional reason for doing it. Why are we continuing the campaign? Because there's still an issue. But it's not just about the Stoll Foundation or about COBSIO. Actually, we're working with partners, the National Housing Federation, Homeless Link, Amazon PR, and the Forces in Mind Trust, and I think we've got a representative, Caroline, here certainly today. The Forces in Mind Trust have funded this campaign, and we're immensely grateful to them for the work that they have been able to support through the National Lottery Community Fund that's made this possible. So those are the partners. We did a launch in the House of Lords yesterday. We're now on the road. Apologies, you're day 2, not day 1, and we're going to continue with this campaign, certainly for the foreseeable future. Can I have the second slide, please? So I don't know whether you can read all that. I'm not going to read it all on the screen in front of me, and I don't intend to just repeat what you can read. But this is about not saying that we've got all the answers, but actually the answers are out there already. This is about collaboration. I know you've had that. This is about toolkits. This is about self-audit. This is about sharing case studies and best practice. There's some really good best practice. So we've picked up some in the Northeast. But actually I met a veteran yesterday who went to somebody in the Northeast and they got a completely different response. And when I said the Northeast is a beacon, they said, no mate. We went to somebody in, and I won't name the area, and actually they'd never ever heard of the Armed Forces Covenant. You know, 73% of local authorities, when we last looked at this in 2019, didn't even recognise veterans in their homelessness strategies. That was 2019. I'm sure it's different now, but there's still an issue to be tackled there. If I tell you that Stirling University did some research last year that demonstrated that 50% of people at the point they leave the armed forces have not got their accommodation sorted. Now that's kind of military parlance for actually they might be going back to mum and dad, or they might be with a partner, or they might be sofa surfing, but they haven't got a fixed abode that's going to sustain for the enduring future. That can't be right. So there's a job of work to be done. I'm going to hand over to Beverly now. Please watch the video at the end, 5 minutes. We will share it afterwards as well. And if you could share that far and wide, it makes the message much more clear than we can do. Thanks very much. Bev, over to you.
Yeah, so just the next slide, please. Thanks. So, as Richard's already said, there's lots of good practice out there. And we want you to share your good practice with the campaign partners. So we want that to feed into the toolkits, the self-audit tools and best practice guides that we'll be producing. So we really ask you to come forward and do that. And also any case studies that you have. We want to work in partnership with you lot in order to move forward with this second stage of the campaign. We also want you to share all of the downloads, the materials, and if you need the Forces in Mind Trust logo and the National Lottery logo or any of the partner logos, please let us know. We also want you to get involved in social media and share with your networks hashtag Think Veteran. So we're really keen that you get involved in any way that you can. Sorry, final slide, please. So there you go. I mean, I'm not going to talk anymore because we're nearly at the end of our time. But please, make contact with us. Go on Twitter, go on LinkedIn. Please go to our website. And if you have any questions, please email us. We really look forward to hearing from you. So all I can say now is I hope you really enjoy our campaign video. Anyway, that's it from me. Is that all right?
If it wasn't for Stoll? Homeless. Without a doubt, homeless. Yeah, because I couldn't cope. I probably wouldn't even be talking to you now. It's truth of the matter. I probably wouldn't be on this earth.
The No Homeless Veterans campaign starts in May of 2022. Veterans are particularly vulnerable to homelessness. For far too many, up to 400 in any one year, end up with periods of homelessness. The No Homeless Veterans campaign is determined to make a difference to that and to bring that number down as close to zero as we can possibly get.
There's an agreement with local authorities and veterans that you sort of get looked at, but I really wasn't. Here's me waiting to be discharged from hospital and I'm literally homeless. Not every organisation would understand veterans. There's a bit of a breeding ground for men's vulnerabilities to become entrenched, that by the time they leave the services, they're not the type to ask for help or do things the right way, and therefore they become vulnerable to homelessness and they become homeless. So I do think it's still a problem.
I think it's really important that we identify that the ethos of the Covenant is to make sure that veterans aren't disadvantaged as a result of their service. And until we get past whatever it is that causes us as veterans to be reluctant to engage in mainstream services, veteran-specific services are going to play a really important role.
I'd say that good quality housing is paramount, as is good quality support. We often find that once people have a roof over their head and we've got to know the veteran for a while, then often what will happen is that then the veteran might relax a bit, and that's often when issues that will need support will arise as people feel settled in their housing. So I'd say it's absolute key to someone's journey.
It's just a weight lifted off your mind every morning I wake up with a roof over my head, a fridge, I can have my own food in, I don't have to go and raid bins or go to the Methodist church for my breakfast. When you're homeless, it's a sort of stigma and it's a sort of shame.
Do you know, I think until you're in a situation where you're confronted with something as visceral as homelessness, whether it is, rotating on maid sofas, which arguably is a fairly civilized way to be homeless versus, perhaps when you're on the street, you can be a bit in between a rock and a hard place, and you don't always have the time to sort the stuff out that would help you. to sort of speed up your own process of getting into housing. The No Homeless Veterans campaign is led by Stoll on behalf of the COPSIO housing cluster.
This campaign is, we're very fortunate actually. It's been supported by the Forces in Mind Trust by a substantial grant, and that's enabled by the National Lottery. We're working with a range of partners, but in particular the National Housing Federation and Homeless Link. Stoll's leading this work, but we are absolutely indebted to the partners we're working with.
Stoll's done a number of things, and you know what, Stoll, I believe, are a great organisation. They help many veterans here.
The word is support. All the fundamentals are there for me to get them, and I am getting them, and lots of other people are here as well.
Housing veterans is important, but housing and helping them, and those two things together, is something that's going to be a key focus for our campaign. No Homeless Veterans will make a difference to the lives of homeless veterans.
We get kicked off the stage for taking far too much of your time. There are some leaflets that look remarkably like this at the back on the table at the left-hand side there. Please do take one with you, otherwise I suspect they might end up being underneath somebody's bit of cardboard this evening, and that wouldn't be a good place for them. So take them with you. I'm happy to take a question if we've got time.
I was going to say time for probably one.
One
So
question.
pick a good one.
There you go.
No pressure.
Yes, gentleman at the back.
Thanks very much. I'm Lee Paddock. I'm the lead for the Royal Navy for through career, holistic transition and veterans. I've got an observation, comment and a question. The observation is that, as Jen and Bryony will know, we're doing a significant amount of more across the tri-services now on holistic transition to better prepare people in service rather than leaving it to the last safe moment. And that's always been an issue. And whenever you hear people talk, they didn't get it. What I can assure people now, Al Smith, who's driving the team, is very much doing that from the MOD. The comment I've got is I'm always really grateful for the work that's undertaken, but I'm also tinged with an element of concern sometimes with the narrative that we play out. 50% of personnel who are leaving the armed forces at risk of being homeless. I've not seen the report, and I'd really like to, because I know that 30% of the Royal Navy cohort live outside of base ports, so they will have their own homes already. So I'd be interested to see what the makeup of that figure is. And the question is very much genuine. What can the single services do more to help the narrative to make sure that this doesn't happen on top of what we're already doing?
Sure. I'd be delighted to provide you with access to the Stirling University report. And you're right, the nuances really matter on quoting data like that. Thank you. Interestingly, my last job, or one of my last jobs in the Royal Air Force, was to be responsible for Royal Air Force through life training for 40,000, as was, members of the Royal Air Force at the time. And I reflect now, when I look back at that, and think I was really interested on taking people on a journey. The point they were identified and they were recruited and selected, and as we call it the military, phase 1 military training, that's your basic training when you get in. Phase 2, your professional training to do your job as a pilot, whatever else it is. And then the whole of their through career development right up to the end of transition. And I look back, and do you know what, I think I singularly failed in many ways, and admittedly I left almost a decade ago, because what I didn't do was look out at through life beyond their service career. I thought as far as transition. 84% of the people we deal with are ex-army, and they're often ex-infantry and ex-army, and they're often ex-infantry, junior soldier and ex-army. And some of the issues that they present with at the point they present to the charities are issues probably that go back beyond the start of their careers in the services. And so your question's a really good one. What more can we do? I have no doubt that part of the answer to veterans' homelessness is actually to look right back at the causality of these issues, almost longitudinally, from even before they joined and they were selected into the armed forces, and then to work right throughout their careers to try to tackle those. And thank you for what you're doing in the services now. And this was not a criticism of anybody, either who's serving or has served in the past, but it's a critique for all of us to look ourselves in the mirror and say, what more can we do? Because collectively we can do a huge amount. You heard that from one of the previous speakers. What more can we do? Because there are still issues, and I don't want to play those down. We had a chap yesterday speak at the House of Lords, a guy called Chris. Before he came through the British Legion to Stoll about 6 months ago, he's now got a front door, and he's got a flushing toilet, and he's got a shower. He lived for 5 years in a car. That cannot be right to be occurring in our society. And so, go back, think what more you can do individually. All of us can do that, and I think that's the best way of tackling it. Sorry, that's my best answer.
No, that's great. Thank you very much, and thank you for everything you do.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to both.
Don't forget your leaflet.
The leaflets are at the back. Thank you very much to Richard and to Beverly for that. And I think the key things that are going through there, apart from the fact that this is something we really do need to stop and reduce to zero, is the sharing, collaboration, cooperation, which is the sort of key message of today. And you're all absolutely key partners in that. Jen.
Thanks, Bryony. So it's now a break. After that rather protein-rich post-lunch thing, I think we probably need one. Just a lot there to think about and take in. We've got a break now until, looking at the clock, until 14:45 or 2:45 in English, at which point you'll be going back into your workshops, hopefully a different one from the one you were in this morning. If you want to repeat it, you're very welcome. I'd recommend choosing a different one. Any problems, come and see me and Bryony, we'll work you out. And then back in here, post-workshops, for 15:45 start. Thanks very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you could start making your way to your workshop rooms, they'll be starting in 5 minutes.
NHS England, and he's here to talk to us about the Veterans Awareness Accreditation Scheme for NHS providers. Thanks very much.
No, thank you very much, and hopefully you can hear me. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Before I started, I wanted to say a few thank yous. I just wanted to thank the Armed Forces Covenant team for pulling together what is a fantastic event, actually. I know George has been sort of working pretty hard. What was that? This is the first time for everything. I got that. I just want to thank Phil and Brian, who have given the lived experience, which actually has been quite humbling, and I'm sure it resonated with everyone here. To Richard, I don't know whether Richard's still in the audience, Stoll, but they do a fantastic job, and we shouldn't forget that. It never ceased to amaze me the inspirational people that I see in front of me who are digging out blind for the military community. So for that, thank you very much. The final point I'd like to make is that 40 years ago today, central government gave the go-ahead for the amphibious landing on the Falklands, San Carlos, and interestingly, a Sea King crashed, killing 20 Special Air Service people. In fact, 9 sort of survived that. But it's sort of useful just to feed that in terms of context. In terms of my career, I've had a full military career. However, about 3 years ago, I decided to get a real job and joined Wiltshire Council for 2 years and worked on their military civil integration programme. And I might say that that was a paid post and a sustainable post, so an interesting sort of take on that. The other thing I'd say, I then had an opportunity to work for the NHS, and I grabbed the opportunity with both hands because I'm a bit like you. I want to make a difference, and so when I die, I am happy with what I've achieved in my life. So that's me, really. I also wanted to say we have signed the Armed Forces Covenant. We signed it first as the Royal National Orthopaedic Hospital, and we are indeed gold holders of the Employer Recognition Scheme. Woo-hoo! Quite in the cheap seats. I know you're in charge. I think really I've only got 15 minutes and I don't want to be phased out. But really I'm here to provide an overview of the Veterans Covenant Healthcare Alliance. A, that's a mouthful, we call it VCHA. B, it is about the military community, not just veterans, so that's sort of critical. I don't know whether you're aware, there are 51 Armed Forces programmes in the National Health Service, so that's quite a lot. Are they joined up? Probably not. And conferences like this help right across the piece. But we are not perfect. But I think Johnny Mercer said that, and in fact David Richmond, who's the independent government advisor, 16 years ago it was pretty poor. We've come an awful long way, and I just want people to be positive about where we are and we're going, and that's really important. I think the big thing is really that we have a strategic partnership with the Ministry of Defence, in particular Defence and Medical Services, and we have sort of 9 commitments placed on the NHS, and that's what we're marked on actually. It's about improving healthcare, it's about supporting families, and that is really important to us. It's helping transition, it's identification of the military community as well. That is really important, because if you can't identify them, how can you do something about it? And interestingly, females generally, for example, will not identify as veterans, and that makes it a little bit more complex, and more of that later. We want to support the military community mental health, and again I'll touch on that briefly. We want to support veterans in the justice system. Notice I don't say criminal justice system, but justice system, and that is really important. We want to address some of the inequalities, and of course we want to use data and technology to improve healthcare. And finally, we want to sort of drive research and innovation for supporting armed forces healthcare. I put this slide up. Sorry, I've jumped one. Double tap. Sorry. Our centre of gravity is the Armed Forces Covenant, and that is really important, and I'll come back to that. But clearly, it's about driving down disadvantage, and that is really important, and variation. And we do not want a postcode lottery in terms of healthcare, or any sort of care for that issue. I'd make special mention of of our wounded, injured and sick, which are critical, and of course are bereaved as well, and that is really important. I've mentioned the 51 programmes. I cover one of the 51, which is the Veteran Covenant Healthcare Alliance, and so what I'll do quickly now is just go to that slide. I just want to give you the origins of the Veteran Covenant Healthcare Alliance, VCHA Alliance. It started by a man called Professor Tim Briggs, who is the National Director for Improvements in NHS England. He is the top guy in his field as an orthopaedic surgeon, but he also cares about our military. And he goes round trusts in his day job, identifying where there are any inadequacies in healthcare for everyone in the NHS. He has visited every NHS trust in England at least twice. There are 211, by the way. But one thing he noticed was that if you were a member of the military community, you may be disadvantaged. And he was not happy with that at all. So he wrote the Chavaz Report. The Chavaz Report is named after a captain in the medical corps, Noel Chavaz. He is an ex-Oxford Blue. He trained as a doctor. He represented Great Britain in the Olympics. And then the onset of World War I, he had to deploy. The first year he won a military cross. The second year he won a Victoria Cross. The third year he was killed in action, tending troops, and was awarded a bar to the VC. Only 3 people have got a bar to the VC, as a matter of interest. So an inspirational figure, and that's what that report is about. But more importantly, it's about raising the bar for healthcare for the military community, and that is really important. He decided that he'd try and get funding. He managed to secure something like £2 million, and the Veteran Covenant Healthcare Alliance team was formed. It's worth noting who our patron is. Most people will be aware of him, General Lord Dannatt. He's a friend of huge loss to call out the government in terms of the way it was treating its soldiers. If you were in prison, you got £10 a week to phone home. If you were an 18-year-old private soldier in Iraq, you did not get any money, you had to pay out your own pocket. So he called the government out, and they actually did sort that out. The picture on the right is Professor Tim Briggs. Once you've been Tim Briggs, you'll never ever forget him. An inspirational man, actually. In terms of the Alliance purposes, forget all the wording there. This is about a quality improvement and assurance programme. So it's a wrap-round NHS trust, and I'll come back to the manifesto points that we actually get them to sign up to. The key point, and the really clever element of this, is that while we're improving Armed Forces Covenant,
we're improving it for every patient in the NHS, and that is really important. In terms of the team, high-praised help, Tim Briggs at the top. I mentioned that we've got an Armed Forces Director, Ed Davis, on the right.
You can see that from his regimental tie. The lady in the middle with the pink hair, believe it or not, is an ex-Royal Navy veteran. You wouldn't have thought that. And interestingly, she's quite young and therefore does not identify with being as a veteran, interestingly. But she was invalided out. Her frigate caught fire. Her lugs were damaged. She spent the next 2 years living rough on the streets in Portsmouth and then London. She was picked up quite literally by a third sector. And managed to get into charity work and then applied for this job and got it. And she works in London, and she is a brilliant addition to the team. The lady on her right is Bernadette Knight. She's an ex-chief nurse, so again, right at the top of the tree in terms of NHS. So she brings huge amount of experience and knowledge. And I have to say, if she tells me to do something, generally she's probably right, and I do it. And I can see Ali smiling at the back there. Bobbin is a reservist. She's doing some work on rehabilitation at the moment with veterans and sort of doing a survey, etc., etc. So, small team, really well balanced, 2 veterans, 2 civilians, NHS professionals. We are looking to widen scope, and I know the OVA is still here at the moment. I think there were 60 points in the veteran strategy document. We are having our homework marked on at least 2 of them, so we are looking to get a larger team to deliver some of that widening scope element. This is really where the rubber hits the road, if I'm honest. You probably can't see the writing on there, but I'll quickly go through it. The first one is ensuring NHS trusts have signed the Armed Forces Covenant. Now, I have to say, the NHS got the Armed Forces Covenant Constitution. But if I go down to a trust and ask them about the Armed Forces Covenant, they might look at me as if I'm on another planet. So, one of the things I do is get that trust to sign the Armed Forces Covenant. It focuses the mind. And actually, now being enshrined in law, that will focus the mind more, if I'm honest, which is really good. The next one really is Manifesto Point 2. We ask them to get a champion in terms of administration and clinical dyad that will champion the armed forces community, and that is really important. The third one is employment, and I know we've talked about employment, more of that later, but we are linked, we get them to link into career transition partnership, forces families for jobs, all sorts of people who provide employment. We ask the trust to link in with veteran services. That might be Operation Courage, Ali at the back, another smile from her. That's our mental health thing. But it's important that that trust is aware that them services are there, and that's why I'm here really to raise awareness. So that's really important. There are other programs as well. The next one is about training, and we've heard about training, there's quite a few people. But we make sure that the staff in that trust, I'm not talking about everyone, but I'm talking about reception, I'm talking about discharge, I'm talking about wards. That is really important, that there's a sprinkling of people who are trained in the nuances of the armed forces. It's not about ranks, it's about the nuances of the military community, and that is really important. The next one really is raising awareness of veterans, so we want trusts to put posters around their trust so that if a veteran walks in, he can see or she can see straight away that this is a veteran-friendly NHS trust, and that is really important because they then know they've got some enhanced care wraparound. The next one, critical, is identifying you as a member of the armed forces community. So something like the third or fourth question, if you are admitted to a trust who is veteran aware, will be, have you ever served? Or are you close to someone who has served? And that will trigger all them nuances. Am I getting looked at already? Flipping out. And the final one really is referring veterans to other services as well. So I'm talking about local authorities, housing. I'm talking about Fighting with Pride, and notice Caroline's in the audience. I'm talking about SAFA, I'm talking about STOL. Really important that trust is aware of that. In terms of the common operating picture,
don't sweat the headlines there. Look at the green figures. There are 211 trusts. We have actually signed up 113 now to them 8 manifesto points. So this is at a tipping point. So anywhere you go, make sure you speak to trusts. If they're not accredited, give me a kick. That is really important. So that we can get them accredited. And there was a gentleman in the audience who talked about spouses and their children moving down the pecking order if they move to another trust. If they were veteran aware, they would not do that. So that is really important that we get that sort of message across. Almost there. We've done a bit of work for Ukraine in terms of resilience and preparation training. I won't go into too much sort of detail, but I would say that what has happened as a result of Ukraine, similar to Afghanistan withdrawal, 10 months ago, lots of veterans coming out with mental health issues. We've done exactly the same now for Ukraine because veterans feel they should be doing something because that's the way they are. And obviously that has a knock-on effect to families as well. Wrapping up now, the NHS is definitely doing their bit for the armed forces community. Are we there? No, but we're heading in the right direction. I think in terms of specific commission services, we've under Op Courage and Mental Health, we've done something like 4,500 referrals this year alone. Veterans Trauma Network, something like 400 military community have gone through that as a result of injury in service. We've got the public patient voice, who are the lived experience that tell the NHS how we should be doing our business. There is a scheme for GPs, VCHA accreditation or Veteran Aware accreditation. There are 8,500 GPs in NHS England. About 1,300 are signed up. Our Step into Health programme, there's something like 1,600 people being employed out of the military community since they started the programme. So we're getting there. And finally, VCHA, we've got 113 signed up. We need any help you can provide. Key thing, Armed Forces Covenant is our centre of gravity. Over to you, boss.
Thank you very much, Guy. Just before you disappear, there was one question that came in online, which was from Richard, who asked about what's the relationship between the VHCA and the VAPC, so the Veterans Advisory Pensions Committee, which apparently has a National Health Forum. I was going to say, for people that don't know, the VAPCs are an arm's length body of the Ministry of Defence, and they're sponsored by our Defence Business Services element. I'm not aware they had a National Health Forum. They provide us with local insights. There are 12 across the UK.
Yeah, it's very similar to Veterans Covenant Healthcare Alliance in terms of Veterans Pensions Committee. It's probably badged a bit strangely. They do have a health subcommittee in each one of them sort of regions. And I think if you speak to David Richmond or Leo Doherty or other people like that, it's about joining the dots. So we're not there yet, but absolutely want to jump into bed with them.
Perfect. Lovely. Cool. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. It gives me great pleasure now to introduce to you Lieutenant Colonel Brian Gordon of the Royal Army Medical Corps. Brian is going to share with you again a very personal story about his and his family's journey through caring for his adult son, Harry. Harry has a complex set of additional needs, and we'll be hearing again how Brian and his family have dealt with that. The thing I'd urge you to remember is that armed forces families are like any family. Every family is unique and has its own set of challenges. And so I think it'll be interesting for all of us to draw parallels with Phil's story from earlier, but also note the differences.
Thank you very much. So I've got an hour, yeah?
As long as you like me.
I stopped the clap thing, I'm sorry. It's all right, John, we'll do it at the end. I'm Ed Gordon, and I've been asked today to come and talk to you, spending an hour-ish, no, I think 15, 20 minutes, but when I'm told to stop, I'll stop. Talking about my experience as a military carer. Headline in the agenda is to talk about the Armed Forces Covenant and how it's helped me and my family. But we've heard a lot of really positive, excellent, exciting, innovative things today. Fluffy, bubbly, all that sort of joystick and scatter cushion stuff that I'm not really into. And what I'm going to do now is perhaps talk about some of the dirty realities of what can happen when you're in an environment where you are caring and you have to do the job that involves this suit. It's a shame Phil went, else I'd slate some of the RAF, but we'll move on from that. And of course, a big thank you. Thank you for coming. And I noticed there are more empty chairs. So you've done more than get the free lunch. So a double thank you to everyone who's still here. And you're here because you care. What I'd like you to do, though, is not leave today in your notebook. When you go back to your organisation, those that don't understand, haven't heard of, or need a little bit of a flick in the ear, can you tell them about today and what you've heard? And there'll be something in your organisation where you can add value by diluting yourself in the pop. I'm going to give you an emotional health warning. So this is my story. It's a story. There are many like it, but this one is mine and all that good stuff. My eyes might get sweaty because it's hot in here. My voice might crackle, but it's because it's true. And you'll sit there from your organisation and you'll think, that don't sound right. Every so often you'll look at me and go, no. But these things happened and are happening. And I would ask you to take what I talk about and everything else that's happened today and just think, that fella's a lieutenant colonel, 30 years in the army, he's up there gobbing off in a suit, what about the young 18, 19, 23-year-old that doesn't have the opportunity to do this, that you can help? I've not been given a license for this, so there we go, it works. So that's me being a soldier, that's what we do, cool. What we're going to talk about then, a little bit about me, a little bit about Harry, my son, and then I'm going to spin some dits. I'm going to tell you some stories about things that have happened. The first thing, though, is that fella there, 17-year-old Private Gordon, just at the end of basic training, 30 years ago-ish, has now grown into that hat. And why am I showing you a picture of me as a young soldier? Well, because that young soldier wasn't a lieutenant colonel who can stand here and gob off. And Harry was born when I was a 23-year-old corporal in Germany. And he wasn't born a colonel and he wasn't born a carer. It happens at some point to people, whether temporarily or for an enduring period of time, overnight or overtime. Everyone's story of being a carer is different. That's probably enough about me, because this isn't about me. This is about that young man there. So, that's Harry. He's a very complicated young man. So he was born in 2000 in Germany. Before he was born, we knew things weren't going to be quite right. And in my notes, I've written, tell a story. So I'm going to do that, put this down. I don't know who's lived in Germany, but you don't see many disabled people in Germany. You certainly didn't 20 years ago. Harry's 21 now. Before he was born, my wife went in her first trimester to have the triple test, blood test, to check if there was any risk of Down syndrome. And her results came back saying she'd got a similar level of risk to somebody in their late 70s. She's online, and she's not in her late 70s yet. And so something was wrong. We went off to have an amniocentesis up in Osnabrück Hospital. My German was rubbish at the time. It's not much better now. Amniocentesis was done. Cool. Come back in a week for the results. A couple of days later, we get a phone call. We'd love you to go and speak to this Russian geneticist at an address we've never heard of in a city we've never heard of. Off you go, 23-year-old young couple with a daughter in another country, dislocated from our family who do not live in Germany. Off we went. We spoke to this Russian geneticist with a German doctor in a corridor with 3 translators and a wonderful lady from the Salvation Army who, to this day, I don't know what she was doing there, but thank you. And they said, there's this thing wrong with Harry. We've never heard of it. It's not in any science books. It's got a carrier type. Those sciencey people in the world will know what I'm on about. But his genetic makeup is not the same as anyone else. And it's not the same as anyone else who's got a particular condition, syndrome, etc. So this is de novo, it's unique, it's novel, whatever sexy word they want to use. And then they followed that with this really odd statement. It's around about 11 o'clock. The termination's booked for 1400 this afternoon. Okay, thank you for that. Off they went. We got given half an hour to make a decision. And as you can tell, he was born in October of that year. He's now 21. When he was born, he had cysts in his brain, he had liver and cardiac function issues, he had muscular and skeletal issues, he got microcephaly, fancy word for a small head, small stature, I mean, I'm not massive, so maybe that's not his DNA, and a few other issues, like he's got really funky webbed toes, but he hates swimming. So there are Navy in the room, you've missed out. When he was born, they said, you made a bad choice there, didn't you? This is how Germans talk. Wrong doctors talk, maybe, I don't know. He's not going to leave Skiboo. Okay, we'll deal with that. Oh, he got out of Skiboo, didn't he? And then he's not going to leave hospital. Oh, he did that. Right, he's not going to make 3 months. Well, when he got to 1, we thought these doctors don't really know what they're on about, do they? And we've since long... Any doctors in the room? Good. I'll slate you. But as he grew or didn't grow, he's now got global development delay, He has a seizure disorder, so he has a seizure nearly every day. He lacks mental capacity. He's unstable on his feet. He was 11 when he learnt to walk. Some would say I still haven't learnt because this morning I spilt the orange juice on myself for breakfast. These things happen. He's about the size of a sort of skinny 11-year-old. But, you know, I don't know, are we allowed to swear? He's cool as fuck. He loves rock music. He loves playing with cars. He loves watching motor racing. He likes anything that's noisy. Every so often in Tesco's, he'll take a jar of mayonnaise off the side while we're not watching and smash it on the floor. And again, we're long over apologising for that. So, that's us. That's the Gordon family. And this is the inside of my head. I tried to do this thing on PowerPoint where you move the bubbles around, and I gave up on that, so I took a picture of my mind map. So a lot of people will look at this and they'll recognise what a lot of carers, in fact probably a lot of people, because it's all relative. Like I said, this is a story. Everyone's got problems. Some are just bigger than others, and it's not a competitive sport. It's a team sport. These things bother me. I've put the carer in the centre. I've done that on purpose, because Harry is a big deal, but so is the carer, and they're often forgotten about. And what I did learn to do on PowerPoint, pretty proud of that. And these, I'll spin a few stories. So other people, that's top left. So, you know, as a carer, you deal with all sorts of people. Social workers, GPs, OTs, pharmacists, specialists do measures you up for a wheelchair, not you, them. I've said social workers, haven't I? But anyway, a raft of people. And they all think they're helping you. They genuinely do. I think someone earlier said, no one gets out of bed and comes to work to do a bad job. Some people are just really, really good at it. And they often don't understand in their language. You know, I'll talk about other people. I'll give you 2 examples. I've recently moved into a new house, and if they're online, they'll work out who they are. But the next door neighbour, because the other house is empty, when we moved in, dead nice, interested, brought round some eggs. It was really nice. Harry comes up in conversation. Of course he does. You know, where do your kids go to school? Well, he doesn't go to school. He's 21. He should be at work, but he's lazy. DWP at the back. Please don't assess him. You know, it comes up in conversation. And they said, innocently, don't worry about how much noise he makes. My kids are used to being around disabled people. Well, thank you very much for your permission. You know, their intent was pure, and that is fine. But it's just another thing. Because there's the other 20 people. I describe it as a bit of a flower. So you're in the centre, and you go out to the physio, and the physio says, can't do Tuesday at 2 o'clock. Can we do an MS Teams thing? I haven't got a laptop. What are you on about? Harry certainly can't use it. The problem comes back to you. The pharmacist, we haven't got that drug. We've got this other one. It's 37p cheaper. I know he's allergic to it, and he might die, but it is cheaper. And that comes back as a problem for you. And then another problem, then another problem. So you end up with this multi-petaled flower with you in the middle. Another little story about other people. So, why do I think we as the military perhaps are impacted worse, better, whatever the right term is, than any other carer? I don't. However, we move jobs every 2 or 3 years. Our boss also moves jobs every 2 or 3 years. So you get a new neighbour, a new boss every year, 18 months, something like that. My last boss, who I won't say the name of, came into the job. I was very tempted to just use his name. Initial interview, conversation, all fine. Harry comes up, it becomes all it is. It becomes the only reason to have the conversation. Well, I like a pint. I like watching motor racing too. Brian's got an identity, but we'll spend the next 20 minutes talking about Harry. Okay. And then, because he's genuinely interested, but I think born in 1874, we get to the point where I say that Harry's non-verbal, he's got no communication, but we as his parents kind of know what he's doing, know what he wants, know what he needs. It's like having a toddler for 21 years. You know, he's double incontinent, we have to feed him, wash him, all that. And this boss said to me, so did you talk to him like he's a dog? I'd said at the start these things happened, that happened. So I left that interview and I went home because it was in both our best interests. The perception of the armed forces and the realities may differ more than you think. So we'll move on. Care and respite. Where's the Hampshire guy? Hampshire are awesome, yeah? 7 years we waited for respite care in Hampshire because, first point, and I'll give you this, the Armed Forces Covenant wasn't a thing there. So there's a get out of jail free card. You may collect £200 when you pass go. But we're also now, because I've checked, listed in the same part of the documentation that goes with the social care, because social care is not in the Covenant. Health is, education is, but social care is not. The same part as the transient communities. So gypsies, I have gypsy heritage, I'm happy with that, I can be in there twice. And refugees, etc. So why would a local authority, who I purposely asked the Minister earlier about money, who doesn't get extra money for me living there, invest in me when I might leave in 18 months? I get it, but it doesn't help us. Equipment. So moving from Hampshire to Wiltshire, 73 miles, the M3 and the A303, really beautiful drive, go past Stonehenge. It's quite simple. It's one boundary of local authorities. Harry at the time had lots of equipment, but he had a specialist bed. It cost £8,000. It was paid for by Hampshire, local authority. Thank you very much. Took a while to get, but we'll gloss over that for the purpose of my hour. When moving to Wiltshire, Wiltshire said, that's brilliant, come on in. When you get here, we'll start everything again. You'll have new OT assessments, you have new social care assessments, everything start from zero. Harry was at school at the time, so all the education stuff as well. Hampshire said, well, when you leave, we want all that stuff back. So that £8,000 bed, his wheelchair, etc., etc. All right, it's a bit awkward. Where's he going to sleep? How are we going to move him around? He just started to walk then, so it wasn't terrible. It got to the phase where both local authorities were now talking to us, and like I said earlier, we were the centre of gravity of unlocking the problem. Quite frankly, I don't care. Can you talk to each other and work this out and come to me with a solution? Because I've got enough shit going on. But, you know, we did that sort of triangle of conversation, and in the end, we had to get the MP to bang their heads together. And the solution, you are taxpayers, so, you know, I'll judge by your face. The solution was Hampshire would loan Wiltshire the bed until Wiltshire bought a new bed once their OT had done an assessment. So that's another 8 grand, 16 grand, thank you taxpayer, Harry loves it. And that bed that was then taken away by Hampshire is probably still in a warehouse in Basingstoke, not used by someone else, because Harry had done all sorts of things on that bed. He's a young man. Why do we have to sort that out? Why does it get to that? That's just one example, but you know, I'll move on. A little bit of reality then. We in the Army, in defence, the armed forces, the Navy and the RAF, not so much so. We are designed to go to war. I've not got these badges for 5-metre swimming tests, although some of them are just for getting old. 2003, war in Iraq. I've been on operations 11 times. 4 of them were a bit more fruity than others. 7 were while Harry was live. It's what we do. And it takes a team approach to do that when you're a carer as well. So my legend wife, where's the camera? You're a legend. Enables me to do this. I need you to enable her to do that so I can do this. Does that work? I think it worked. Going to war, 2003. There was a shenanigan in the Middle East. We all know about it. I was with the Black Watch Battle Group, young, good-looking staff sergeant. Pretty normal for us. While we were out there, I nearly said something like I was a comedian. I shouldn't do that. While we were out there, I knew that Harry's going to have his tonsils removed. In our world, that's sleepwalking stuff, easy. My wife was in Germany at the time. I was in the desert in Iraq, deserts of Saudi Arabia, preparing to go into Iraq. On the evening before we went into the operation, I was in the queue of people to get their special phone call home. It's like in the film, you know, everyone gets a phone call, they talk to the wife. It's not quite like that. There's a queue of people with a rubbish phone that you can't really talk to. Punched in the numbers, I got on a scrap of paper, didn't work, all that. Got through to my wife, having a chat, all cool. So Harry had been at his pre-surgical assessment, and in the blood work, they'd thought that Harry might have leukemia, you know, on top of all his other stuff, because why not just add it to the list? oh, what does that really mean? We didn't really know. I was 27. My wife was in Germany. Our daughter was 6 or something at the time. Dislocated from her family, our family, and I've got a water fight tomorrow. The phone goes dead after my 15 minutes. I pass it to the next guy. I walk slowly back to my tank, and then we crack on and have a war. About 4 weeks later, after the Battle of Bridge 4, a lovely Times reporter let me use his mobile phone. I do not know who paid for that phone call, but it doesn't matter. In the meantime, in that period of weeks, my wife had to deal with Harry going and having his operation, or not, I didn't know. She had to look after the fact that we got a daughter who can't be at home, so she was with the neighbours, and the possibility that our son might have another life-threatening condition. And I had to park that at the back of my mind, knowing that she was being looked after, and go and, hang around the desert and fight a war. Turns out when I phoned her off that Times reporter's mobile phone, that he's got a clotting disorder, factor 14, doesn't really matter what it's called, but it's not leukemia, and he was just bluffing us, because Harry's like that. But that stuff happens to soldiers, because that's what we do. Moving counties I've talked about. I now live in Scotland. Is there something I wanted to ask all day? Anyone here from Scotland? From a local authority? No, not as in born in Dundee. Like from a local authority, NHS, anything like that? Excellent, on weapons free. Good. So I now live in Scotland. Moving to Scotland should be the same as moving to Wiltshire, shouldn't it? A few minor dramas, but we can work them out. Oh, no. No. A Whole New World, you heard the song from Disney? It's probably about this. So the army sends you where it sends you. You kind of don't have to go. I could go and work at Tesco. But I've been assigned to 225 Medical Regiment in Dundee, and that's where I'll go. Cool. We'll work this out. We've done this before. Been in the army a long time. Harry's 21. We've moved house, all that. Got in touch with everyone, and Fife Social Services, I'll name drop them, pretty much spent we gave them 10 months' notice of us going there, gave them all the paperwork, spent a lot of time telling us not to come. Okay, that's not the answer we're looking for. We're after help. We got to Scotland. We met a social worker who said, oh, no, well, she started with the Care Act doesn't count in Scotland. Now, I've read all of it, but on the front cover, it's got the word Scotland. It's in the badge that says it's law. Then they said the Armed Forces Covenant doesn't count in Scotland because they're different. Well, on the front cover of your web page, there's a link to it. And you've got an Armed Forces Champion counsellor, so I think it does. But that's examples of where the policy to the people through the middle management who don't understand, and those people I'd like you to take from your notebook the education to, really matter. Because when they're looking me in the eyes saying, this isn't true, and I'm looking them back saying, yeah, it is. You get a little bit of a stare off, and who's going to blink first? And it's not going to be me moving back to England because the army have sent me. So we've lived in Scotland for 10 weeks now. Harry's still not had any care whatsoever. There's a current legal battle. Ministry of Justice aren't in the room, are they? Cool, but I've got a link now from today, so thank you very much, to try and sort that out, because the law is different. So get this as a rational way to work. To get care, you need to have a direct payment, so that you can pay for the care. Or there's another option where the council finds you the care through social services. They don't want to do that because it's really difficult. And there's a spreadsheet that says, I've done the job. So if they move you to the other part of the spreadsheet and say they're giving you some money, you're not on their list anymore. You're on a different list. We've enabled care, we've given you money. The fact there isn't a carer at the end of it doesn't seem to matter. If you had that in Scotland, to get direct payment, you need guardianship for personal financial affairs. In England, you need deputyship. Got deputyship, all good. Ministry of Justice, rubber stamped, awesome. Go to Scotland, no, that don't count. You've got to get this guardianship. Okay, get a solicitor. Oh, you know that takes 3 years to get. What? I'm only here for 2. Acting in a timely manner and talking to each other is really helpful. So that's a pickle that if anyone out there can help me with, I'm not rushing off for my train. I told you I'd go off piste. I won't talk about adapting houses, but I will tell you that I've once been evicted by the Defence Infrastructure Organisation. So it's not just local authorities. The army itself and its own mechanism can do some crazy stuff. They evicted me and my family from our house because another soldier had been injured, double amputee from Afghanistan. I was in a property that had been adapted for Harry, had got a stair lift. He's only got a skinny bum, bear in mind, and this soldier probably had a bigger bum. But I had been commissioned from the ranks. I was in a soldier's house that had been adapted, so therefore, technically, on paper, and they're right, I was eligible to live there, not entitled. The soldier was entitled, so they evicted me. And on the letter, came through the door, you've been evicted, actually said that. Loads of stuff about, you got 28 days to do this and do this and do that. All right. And there was a little explanation about, an entitled person, you're eligible. And at the bottom it said, you should speak to your welfare officer. Now at the time I was the welfare officer, and I didn't know anything else about that. So that was really unhelpful. And I did look on the back thinking there'll be a little bit where I fill it in and it says this is where you're going to live. But that wasn't there. We spent 18 months messing about. The soldier left the army. I stayed in that house. Their answer was to regrade the house and charge me more money for the same house. But that's another story. So that's Harry, waiting for his 8th operation. But we're a normal family. We do normal stuff. And that's the beach in St Andrews. So being in Scotland isn't all bad. It's pretty cool up there. Harry's got a 4x4 wheelchair, and we are the Salisbury Parkrun wheelchair-assisted champions. He always beats me by half a second, but we are. And we want to smash the St Andrews and Dundee one. No one else does it with a wheelchair, so it's kind of an easy record to get. We do cool stuff. But, the covenant doesn't cover adult social care, is my sort of key takeaway from what I want to get from standing up here. The chain of command kind of think that a dependent stops at 18, and you've probably left the army by the time your kids are a bit older. But there are adult social care dependents with requirements for adult social care in defence. I am sure Harry is not the only one. But defence has got no central way to cohere the support. We've got policies and guidelines and safeguardings and all that cool stuff. But you, in the room, have got the levers to do something about it. Because the local authorities, the NHS, the education, and the charities that help people navigate through them are the key to this. I asked the Minister earlier about money on purpose, because I know you can't do it without money. He's a politician, he didn't answer. But anyway, the say-do gap, in my eyes, is too wide. Policies are excellent. The team that write them, it's beautifully crafted. But someone's got to do it, and you've got to be resourced to do it. And at the end of that not happening are families like mine with stories like I've told today. I think I'm on time. But I'm absolutely willing to take any questions. And yes, Harry does think he's Hugh Hefner.
Brian, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I don't know about you, I was gasping in horror and also wiping away tears at that point. So thank you so much. This is exactly what we needed to hear.
Pleasure.
One thing I would say about the covenant, its greatest strength is its flexibility. And you're right, social care isn't in law, but it doesn't mean we can't do it. The covenant is always, we use the quasi-religious phraseology for the covenant deliberately because it's about doing it with our heart rather than our head. There's not often you hear civil servants talking about acting with their hearts, so bank this one. And so the more we can in terms of the effort that we put in, and obviously resources, envelopes permitting, it's so important. But thank you so much, Brian.
Pleasure.
Brian, are you willing to take a couple of questions?
Yeah.
Yeah, just quickly. There are teas and coffees and cake available afterwards, so it's worth hanging on. I think we can take 2, maybe 3 questions from the floor. Yes, sir. Hang on, if you want, just wait for the... I think there's a... My friend is behind you.
Go, she's got this.
I thought I was loud enough. Yeah, my question is around, you just very rightly mentioned, how to get an answer for politicians and whatever, yeah. But what about MOD dealing directly with that side of things? How do you feel about that? Is MOD sort of doing justice in terms of, listening to yourselves and people like yourselves in similar situations, and then dealing with the rest of the red tape and stuff around it? Thank you.
No, it's a good question. And I was amazed when I got Lance Corporal, so I now am probably able to answer that freely, and I don't think they can bust me for it. But I do think the policies they're all right. You know, we've road tested them, we've red teamed them. The team that write them, those are in the room and those that aren't. They're trying to meet the middle of the most of the population, and there will always be little infringements off the back of it. Where, as discussed there, we can probably negotiate off piste. The problem, I think, two parts. One is MOD doesn't have any levers over local authority. They cannot tell a local authority what to do. And I think that's because they don't resource local authority. So I do think there should be central money that enables a particular service person or their dependent to do a thing or get a service or whatever it might be. You know, the Covenant isn't the golden ticket to Willy Wonka's chocolate factory. I absolutely know that. And it's about not jumping the queue. I think it was discussed earlier over here somewhere. I think you talked about the expectation management, didn't you? But there is a timeliness about it. If you're only somewhere for 2 or 3 years, and there was a gentleman asked a question about autism assessments earlier as well, these things take time. If you never get to the top of the list and then you move, and then you never get to the top of the list and then you move, defence is losing good people because they'll just leave, because your family's got to come first. And the second part is about that money going with the person. I think central government, MOD, should resource local authorities or the NHS, I don't know, per head, per capita, per issue, whatever it might be. I get that it's complex. That's why I can easily say it. Somebody's got to write the policy to make it happen. I get that, that's difficult. But that's my take on that.
Thank you. I think one more question. Yes, sir?
You were just saying there about local authorities not having the money. When you've got in counties where you've got 3 or 4 barracks, they pay money, ratepayers, they put money into local authorities for buses and schools and so on. So if they do that, so I know when the army moved out of Aldershot, there was a bit of a gap with a lot of services. So if you're in that local authority, they should take that on. There's no, if I was your social worker, I would be fighting your case. I'd be banging on doors.
Get a job as a social worker.
Yeah.
That's I guess a point, not a question, but there's a perception that we don't pay council tax. Well, we do. We pay SILAW, so it's in lieu of tax. And the houses we live in aren't free. We pay rent for those. So yeah, we pay into society. I pay national insurance. In Scotland, you pay more tax. I didn't know that before I moved there. Thank you. My wife had to give her up a job. We are significantly less off now we live there, in many ways.
Brian, thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Right, I have to do a few thank yous. Sorry, don't get tea and coffee and cake for free. First of all, I would really like to thank George, who has organised this entire thing, and who hopefully you all know, the man over there. He has done all this, and he has drafted legislation at the same time. The man's a machine. Thank you very much indeed. I'd also like to thank my MOD team as well, our MOD team over here, for just putting up with us. So thank you. Well done, guys.
I'd like to thank Graham and Heather and all the venue staff for making us so welcome and providing such a fantastic day for us. And also to Jack and Matt, our technicians at the back. Thank you for not letting me wee on audio, because that's what I was most concerned about today. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. So in terms of speakers and workshop hosts, we'd like to thank you as well. I hope you all found it useful. Any further questions for our speakers or our workshop hosts, if you want to get in contact with us, the Covenant team, through the Covenant group mailbox, if you go to our website, armedforcescovenant.gov.uk, there is a group mailbox there and we'll pass the questions on.
Thank you. And there will be a post-event survey emailed to you. If you could fill that in and ping it back to us, that would be much appreciated, so we can learn from this event and hopefully make it even better next year.
Indeed. And finally, as I said before, there is cake. It's got to go. The brownies are amazing. And finally, thank you to all of you so much for coming. Thank you for your time. I really hope this wasn't a sudden super spreader event. Otherwise, see you again in 3 years' time. But thank you so much for coming and for your time. Well done. Thank you.
asked if